Not sure if you guys can hear me back there. If there is a way to get my display that I'm seeing here full screen, that would be appreciated if possible. I'm set up on the iPad with timing. Looks to be running a bit of a delay, but can manage that from timing with the lap length that we've got. Zach! Zach! Can you see? You saw that? Sorry about that dripping. It's not on the knees. That's alright, it's not a problem. Can I just come over there? I can't see it. That's where it's done. I can't actually see the option to change it. What's that? The spirits in here. It's one of the layers, isn't it? That's... Well, yeah, I thought it was, but I can't see that you change the text. I thought there was like a third option here. I can't see it. I can't actually see how to change it. Last time we did, there was an option up there. It's not one of these. Oh, hang on. What was one of those? Hang on. hang on. What's that? No, not sure.
What did you press?
That's just right-clicked on the...
Where does this bit come from? I can't see a way to do it at all. What's that?
Midway through the 1/16th B final here at Nemo Raceway. Please ignore it if you can see on the text main final. This is not the main final that's running, just sorting that out at the moment. So we've got Scott Walker leading this final with about a third of the distance done from Sean Berryman running in second, Michael Shorey in third, Josh Marshall fourth, Ben Kennett, Zach Edwards, Maxim Cook, Adam Buckholt, Harry Weymouth, Darren Moffat, Dave Williams, Nathan McLaughlin, Paul Williams and Andrew Rennick. Andrew Rennick, couple of laps down at the rear of the field. Scott Walker is the number 1 car. Just going to wait for him to hop up past us. Great looking track here at Nemo Raceway. Looking a little bit slick at the moment. Number 1 car has just come past us. He was the white and green coloured car with yellow wheels. He's just heading out towards the main straight now. He's super slick as he goes round the outside of some traffic down the main straight. Powers his way through. I think Zach's got him in the middle of the screen now. Heading off down the main straight and through the infield, just flowing back over a couple of the doubles, trying to lap some traffic. Sean Berryman giving some chase to him. Scott, though, looking really, really quick out there. He has put a lap, well, he's showing as having put a lap into everybody at the moment. And being joined here by Kevin Brunston, just stood next to us. But, yeah, Scott looking pretty quick at the moment. Not sure if he has pitted as yet. I think we're getting to the point where everybody filtering into the pits for the first time. So they're heading past. He stayed out this time. Still heading round. The track looks like it is getting less and less slick each time. If you're wondering why, or if you've been following live timing, wondering why times looked quite a lot slower this morning. We had fairly, it wasn't heavy rain, but it was incessant. and it's made the track pretty slick, particularly coming out onto the main straight. You can see basically anywhere where the cars get on the throttle. But worst place for it was on the main straight. Scott Walker still leading this one. He's just dropped through the bomb hole as he's heading out towards the main straight one more time, following some traffic round. Sits in nicely behind other cars. So what have we got? We have got, in fact, we're coming towards the end of this final now. We're not a million miles from the end. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining. Heading out, so Scott Walker still leading this one, Sean Berryman second, Michael Shorey in third, Josh Marshall in fourth. They are the guys who will be looking to bump up from this 1/16 B final. They will move into the 1/8 finals. So they're looking to head up there and move out of this side of the finals into the 1/8 finals. So next up, we're going to have the 1/16 A final. So good run from Josh Marshall, actually. So car 14, he'll have bumped up himself, or he'll have bumped up from a previous race. Maybe a little bit of track advantage from earlier on, or track knowledge from earlier on, showing and playing out here. Hearing a slightly unhealthy sounding car there. That was car 4, I think, going past. Oh, that's Andrew Rennick. He's miles down the field anyway, so not really going to affect him, but sounded like imminent clutch bearing failure as he just drove past us, and a bit of a death rattle there. Scott Walker, though, still leading this one, doing everything he needs to do. He's just come past us now. It's the white and green coloured car with the yellow wheels. Just running with him as he heads back out onto the main straight. He's been following this other car. Of course, he doesn't need to pass him. He doesn't need to do anything. Oh, is that a cut? Is that a cut for the leader? Leader just coming in, or is that just a splash and dash he's going for? He's just going for a splash and dash just to make sure he's clean. No, is that... What have we got? Oh, sorry. He's finished. He's sorry, that wasn't a cut for him. He's actually just finished on time. Sorry, didn't see how close we were to the end there, running on a very slight delay on timing. Thought that was a bit of an issue from the leader. But he had just finished. Scott Walker taking the win there from Sean Berryman then. Josh Marshall. So 23 seconds, pretty... it's about half a lap there that Scott Walker's put on the rest of the field. That's quite impressive. Of course, car 1, so he was the quickest qualifier. Going to have a little bit of silence descend now as we get ready for the 1/16 A final to go. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV from Nemo Raceway in Bishop's Itchington, just off the M40 in Warwickshire. Just seen the conclusion of the 1/16 B final, getting ready for the 1/16 A final to go out. Different sides to the final. Joining us for this, well, Super Sunday event where we're going to try and stream 4 different meetings to you across the course of the afternoon. Will join us from 4 different meetings over the course of the afternoon. Just hearing who is going out to Marshall. So Kevin Griffin giving instructions from Race Control. Can see that fantastically prepared Nemo Raceway here in that race control hut over the other side with the driver's rostrum on top of it. Can see the track, it's in great condition. A little bit slick still, there's still a few puddles around. Just getting a bit of a track clean up from the marshals. A little bit of downtime before every run. Getting ready for the next set of finals to go out there. And finding out who is marshalling what spot. Bit of a track inspection going on. Kind of looks almost like they're looking for something that they've lost, these guys in front of us on the camera. Talent, possibly. That's a little bit harsh, maybe. But coulda, woulda, shoulda conversation going on between everyone. Slight calm before the storm then, as we're just getting the cars ready for the 1/16th A final, set to go. So what have we got coming up for the course of the afternoon? We've got the 1/16th A final just about to run, then we move into the 1/8 final, so we'll have the 1/8 B and 1/8 A, then into the quarters, the semis, and then we shall have the main final going on. Drivers just heading up onto the rostrum. Everybody being called up one at a time. Of course, at rallycross meetings, everyone given an allocated position on the rostrum. No bun fight for the favoured places. Makes quite a difference, actually, depending on where you stood. If you're sort of P1 for your final and win it and bump up and then end up at the other end of the rostrum, the track can look quite different when you stood up there at the opposite end of the rostrum. It can appear quite different. A little bit of noise just starting now as the cars are about to get set up for their warm-up laps. Just getting ready. This will be the first time that some of these guys have driven on the track since very first thing this morning. Track will feel quite different. It was very, very slick when they first went out there this morning. It's now going to be considerably more traction than they had previously. Looks like action on the main screen from Spain at the moment. I believe that's Spain. Guys are just on their warm-up laps here. Just figuring out an opportunity for everybody to figure out exactly what they've got underneath them. Bit of a power slide beneath us there. A couple of cars almost tripping over each other, coming together. Everybody heading back round into the pits. Just about to be lifted into the pit lane by their pit men. Refueled, taken out to the start. The beginning of this 15-minute final. Cars being called to the start line. We'll then have a 10-second hold while the cars are at the start. They'll get called to put them down with 3 seconds to go. Always quite difficult there. You want to keep the revs up so that the engine's nice and clear, doesn't bog down when you first open the throttle, but you don't want to creep and get a jump start. Be something that Mark Stitson, the referee, be very aware of. In fact, I think it's Kevin Griffin up there refereeing at the moment. So cars are away and moving. Looks like everybody's got away fairly well. They've now got enough traction to get up some of those slopes. Earlier on, when it was really, really slick, you were seeing a couple of the cars having some difficulty navigating that. It's a big lead for, I think that's car number 1. We'll wait and confirm that when they come around towards us. It does look to be car number 1, Mark Millwood. And I think that's 4 that's followed him in second. In fact, 4 looks like he's made up a huge amount of time. So what have we got? Yeah, it's 1 from 2 from 5 from 4. So Mark Millwood from Mark Everett. Caden Stenhouse looks like he's got a good launch. Leaders out down the main straight. Mark Millwood going away at the front of the field. So it's 1 from 2. I think we've had a cut there from someone just being hurried back to the pits for a restart. So running order is currently 1 from 2. Following car 1 now as he comes past underneath us. Gets the car nicely sideways. 2 in fairly close attendance. Then we've got a good battle for third going on. Battle for third just entering the back of the shot, but battle for the lead. In fact, this is the battle for third that we're watching down the main straight now. We've got a 15-minute long final, so this is our third place man. I believe this is Caden Stenhouse that we're looking at. You can see here at Nemo Raceway, they are on occasion getting caught out. Certainly the car starting at the front of the field, it's actually a bit of an advantage for the guys that have bumped up. So the last 4 cars in this final will have had a little bit of running. So they want to make hay while the sun shines at the start, but it's 1 from 2 from 5 still. So Mark Millwood from Mark Everett from Caden Stenhouse. And in fact, this battle for the lead now going out onto the main straight. And looks like a change for second place, almost. Not quite. Caden Stenhouse had a little bit of a look up the inside there as we come in towards the 3-minute mark. Just seeing car number 3 inverted. That's Nick Simerson right in front of us. So that's dropped him right down to the tail of the field. Really not gone well there for P3 starter Nick Simerson. But the battle for the lead we're watching between Mark Millwood, Mark Everett, Caden Stenhouse. It's 1 from 2 from 5. Looking really, really close as they're coming past. This is ebbing and flowing over the course of the lap. 1 still leading, now from 5. So Caden Stenhouse up into second place. We'll run with this as they start approaching the point at which they're going to do their stops in a 15-minute final. I don't believe anybody's going to be able to run a single stop. They might do, but it would be very, very brave to do it. I think they'd be more comfortable doing a 2-stop run somewhere about the 6-minute mark than somewhere just after the 10-minute mark. That's one of the things their pitmen will have to decide, the point at which they want to come in and want to bring them in to get the best timing. I think some of them will quite happily run for 7.5 minutes, but when you're dealing with a 45-odd second lap, if you just happen to make the split at the end of it, the last thing you want to do is cut on your split lap. So they're going to play it a little bit careful if they have the opportunity, I would think. Just seeing what is going on now. Mark Millwood still leading this one from Caden Stenhouse. Mark Everett, Jason Patey. We are coming in towards the 5-minute mark. Let's just pick up the leader as he is coming through. So he's just coming round past us now. In fact, that's the 2 car that is leading. So Mark Everett, that we're following on screen. About 3 seconds, covering the top 3 at the minute. Pretty close, over a lap length this distance. Mark Everett still leading this one with the number 2 car from Mark Millwood, Caden Stenhouse. Running in 3rd, Jason Patey, Matt Bridge, Jack Willits, Tiana Craddock, Julian Jessup, Craig Campbell, Neil Daunt, Michael Riviere, Holger Lika, Nick Simerson and Ollie Taylor. Top 4 looking to bump up from the 1/16th into the 1/8 finals. Mark Everett with the 2 car, leading at the moment. Just coming up to pass some traffic. Not quite got out of his way, but spins in front of him. And actually, that was a change for the lead there, I believe. Coming out onto the main straight, I think it was. I think that was the number 1 car of Mark Millwood that just got... No, it can't be the number 1 car because that's just gone past me. So we'll keep an eye out, see what car that was. Certainly looked like a 1 from the angle that we could see on it. But we'll confirm as they come past us one more time. It's the 3 car of Nick Simerson. Right, okay, so Nick Simerson seems to have picked up the pace a little bit now, but he's a couple of laps down. So took a little while to get himself into it. Mark Everett still leading them with the number 2 car. Number 2 car leading. He heads back through the infield. Catches some nice air there. The track drying out nicely now, starting to find some traction. Joining us here at the Nemo Raceway, we are around 8 minutes into this 1/16th A final from round 5 of the BRCA Rallycross Nationals. Got action all afternoon with us. You'll be joining us. Mark Everett leading this one from Jack Willits, car 14. But Jack taking advantage of having run on the track earlier. Let's see if we can pick up car 14 out there somewhere. Let's see if we can find him. He's clearly going well. We'll pick him up next time he comes past us. Just keeping an eye out for the 14 car. We've got a bit of a gap in the traffic. That's the 6 car just come past us. There's the 4 car. Waiting for the 14, always the way. Must have just missed it last time out, looking at the lap length of this one. Okay, so there's the 14, the all-white car that's just come past us now. He is through the bomb hole out towards the main straight. That is the 14 car that we have picked up. That is Jack Willits. So having already bumped up out of the 1/32 final into the 1/16th. Running quite nicely in 2nd place. He's taken advantage of the earlier running that he's had on the track. Doing very, very nicely out there. Jack Willits now moves to the front as we are around 10 minutes into this 15-minute long final. Jack Willett's car 14 leading from car 2, Mark Everett. Julian Jessup also making his way up, as is Jason Patey. Running order now is 2 from 14 from 11. That's really playing into the advantage of guys that have been out on the track earlier on today. Really, really helping them out. Still 2 from 14 from 11 as we are around the 11-minute mark now. See if we can pick up the 2 car of our leader again. We'll find him as he comes past us. So the 2 car just come past us now. He's out there by himself. He's sort of 1 car forward from Jack Willits, but we'll keep an eye on this battle. You can just see, just flashing into the back of shot there, we're running with Mark Everett, our leader at the moment. Jack Willits, a couple of seconds behind him. So we're running with our leader. The next car behind in shot is our second place man of Jack Willits. So it's car 2 from car 14, looking like it could develop into quite a decent battle here as we come in towards the end. They're not going to want to fight too hard. So long as they're in the top 4 and get the bump up, they're not too bothered particularly. But looks like Jack Willits is closing in on Mark Everett. Timing saying that there was 2 seconds between them last time round. There's definitely less than 2 seconds between them now. We followed them down the main straight. So this is the battle for the lead that we're watching as we come into around 2.5 minutes left. So good battle going on at the front of the field here. Looks like all the stops out the way. Mark has realised the imminent threat and put the hammer down, although, hang on, there's a half spin there. So let's see what that's done to the positions. That's a change of lead. So Jack Willits now back to the front with the all-white car. Jack Willits just coming out onto the main straight now, leading this final. All the way from P14. So having had some experience of the track earlier, that's done him some favours. Jason Patey running in 3rd place. Coveted 4th bump-up spot at the moment being held by Tiana Craddock from P8. It's a great drive here coming in from Jack Willits, the 14 car. In fact, Jack has streaked off into the distance from Mark Everett. So perhaps Jack finding out a tyre combination earlier. This is the first time that any of these drivers will have run for this length of time this weekend. They previously won't have done a 15-minute run before they got to the finals. Now that these guys have got into these finals, obviously the drivers that have bumped up may be finding out that, or using their prior experience of it to select a tyre that's better suited to the conditions. As you get towards the tail end of these races, as we're coming into around the last 30 seconds or so, you can see that's a pretty decent lead now that Jack Willits has got, that he's going to try and bring home. He's got a lead of somewhere around 4 seconds that he is going to try and bring home. Just as we wait to hear the end call, that's the, who was that? That was the 13 car. He was down the field anyway. That's just crashed in front of us. And in fact, he's got a cut. It's always the danger when you put a car on its roof right at the end of a run when you're a little bit short on fuel. The fuel tanks have what's termed as a clunk inside them. There's a weight on the end of the fuel pickup pipe that will mean that it will, when the car's inverted, it will drop to wherever the fuel is within the tank. But when there's a very small amount of fuel left, it's possible for them to run dry. And that seems to be what's happened to the 13 car of Matt Bridge. Jack Willits, though, looks like he is going to take this 1/16th A final here at Nemo Raceway for round 5 of the BRCA Rallycross Nationals. Just running with him on the way to home. Thinking we're hearing race being called, so everybody should be heading for the pit lane just at the end of this one. Once everybody's crossed the line to finish on their split lap. So that should be it. Jack Willits taking that one from, I think, Mark Everett in second. Jason Patey third. Tiana Craddock gets the final bump up spot. Cars being called back into the pits now. So, small moment of silence as we get ready for the, what'll it be, the 1/8 B final to go out. 1/8 B final just being prepared to go on track. So joining us here at Nemo Raceway, that is Bishop's Itchington. Drivers just getting called out onto the track now. So 15-minute 1/8 final, just getting ready to go live. Engines just being started as we are getting set for this 1/8 B final. to go live. Just seeing a few drivers wandering around with armfuls of tyres in front of us. Changeable track conditions. Looks like it is drying out quite considerably. Cars out on their warm-up laps now, just getting a bit of a feeling for what's underneath them. Again, for the top guys in this will be the first time they've been out on track today. Good opportunity to see is what's going on. Everybody just finding their way out and around on the circuit. Here at Nemo Raceway, Bishop's Itchington, just off the M40 in Warwickshire. Track looks fantastic, really well prepared. Nice permanent facility, always good to see here in the UK. Cars heading back to the pit lane, ready for the start of this 1/8 B final. Cars being brought out, ready for the start of this final. Just going to see who gets away well at the start of this one. Ten-second countdown. Cars will be called to be put down with around 3 seconds to go. Cars away nicely at the start of this final then. Looks like front three have got away quite cleanly. We'll wait and see when they come past us. Check that they're still running in number order. Looks like a fairly big lead. I think car one might have made a bit of a break for it right at the front. So it's 1 from 2 from 3. The qualifying system works. Daniel Austin from Matt Box, from Steve Guppy, Ricky Cooper, Alex Page, Adam Hall, Ian Gillespie, Robson White, Gavin Powell, Gareth Capper, Scott Walker, Sean Berryman, Josh Marshall, Michael Shorey are your runners in this final. Daniel Austin looked like he'd got away cleanly from Matt Box and in fact had pulled a fairly big lead. It's the pinkish coloured car. Well, not pinkish, it is a pink coloured car. Leading away in this one. Matt Box running after him in second place. Steve Guppy looks like he is away in third. Let's just check that. No, is that the 8 car that's made a bit of a launch? Robson White. Robson White has made his way all the way up from 8th place. The 13 car of Josh Marshall just landing direct at the feet of the Marshall, directly in front of us. So a couple of laps in now, as we're about 2 minutes in. Daniel Austin still leading this one from Matt Box. Around a 45-second lap here at Nemo Raceway. In fact, it's less than that. It's 43 seconds now. Track getting faster and faster as it dries out over the course of the day. Still looks quite slick, as you can see, but as our leader jumps towards us, comes underneath us. So, small mistake there from the 2 car of Matt Box. Dropped him back down the field a little bit. Daniel Austin getting away now. Let's move back 1 car, because that's the battle for second and third that's going on, that we have picked up. And in fact, someone's just made a mistake there. I think that was the 3rd place car of Robson White, the number 8 car. So he'd made really good progress from P8 all the way up to P3 and get himself into a bump-up position. So our 1 car comes through with a fairly massive lead. We're watching now this battle for second place going on. Who's holding it at the moment? It's Robson White, who's got that at the moment from Matt Box. Robson White running in second place. We're watching this battle for second come out onto the main straight. Just heads down the main straight. Robson White trying to close in on the back of Daniel Austin. See how quickly he can get to him. We are around 3.5 minutes into this final at the moment. Just watching this battle going on in the 1/8B final from Nemo Raceway between Robson White and Matt Box. Daniel Austin slightly away in the front. On screen you can see Robson White leading Matt Box at the moment in second and third positions. This is one of the closest battles going on track at the moment. The concertina out as they come onto the main straight, then as they tighten up on the infield, seems to close up again. That's just the reality of the speed that they're travelling and the concertina effect that they get, or that you see and they provide. These 1/8 scale rallycross buggies, powered by 0.21 cubic inch or 3.5 cc engines, 2-stroke engines. Still really close battle going on here for second place between Robson White and Matt Box that we're watching as they come out onto the screen. Matt Box has a look as they come out onto the main straight. Looks like he ran in a little bit harder, a little bit tighter as they cut onto the main straight. We are around 5 minutes in now. Let's run with these guys through the first round of stops. Let's just check as they come up towards us. Just passing under our commentary position now. There's still a battle for second going on that we're seeing. Matt Box now in front of Robson White. The pair of them trying to close down Daniel Austin. Still watching this close battle going on here at Nemo Raceway. Our leader's just come past us. Matt Box now seeming like he is edging away from Robson White, so Matt Box has dropped the hammer a little bit. We're running with him on screen now as he heads down the main straight. He's trying to close in on our leader, Daniel Austin. Let's watch him now as he heads through the infield. Nicely landed there. Really, really clean, as you'd expect as we start moving up through these 1/8 finals. Well, this is the 1/8B final here from Nemo Raceway, comes past our commentary position. It's around the 6-minute mark of this 15-minute long final. Down the main straight one more time, a little bit squirrely coming onto the straight. It's the point where there's probably the least traction. The track's still quite slick there. Small mistake from our second place man, Matt Box. He has managed to gap the rest of the field though, or gap some of the rest of the field. Let's have a look at the other positions. We've got Daniel Austin leading from Matt Box, who we're running with, Robson White, Ian Gillespie, Sean Berryman making a great start from, or a great run from P12 on the grid, having bumped up from an earlier final. He is currently running in 5th place. So Sean trying to get into the quarters by achieving a top 4 result here. Just seen our leader come past, Daniel Austin. Let's pick him up, the pink car. He's just going through the bomb hole, coming out towards the main straight now. So leader is on the main straight now and looks like he's heading into the pits. That was a good time to pick him up. So leader into the pits for a fuel stop. Probably going to be his one and only fuel stop of this final. Yeah, we just passed the 8-minute mark, so he should comfortably make it to the end of the final from there. Looking quite good here for Daniel Austin. Car 1 running P1 here at Nemo Raceway. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. Joining us from Nemo Raceway for this 1/8 B final from the 1/8 Rallycross BRCA Nationals, round number 5. Daniel Austin heading round in splendid isolation. He's got an 11-second lead over Ian Gillespie, car number 7. So Ian Gillespie, let's see if we can find the 7 car. We'll pick him up as he comes past us. He is, in fact, he looks like he was there as a result of stops, but he's still running up towards the front. Let's see if we can find the 7 car. So there's the 7 car. It's the second of the cars that's just come past us, the burgundy and yellow car. The second of the cars just coming onto the main straight now with the black rear wing on it, yellow wheels. That's him. So that's Ian Gillespie, our current 3rd place man. 3rd place man running down the main straight at the moment. That is Ian Gillespie. In fact, he's in the infield now. Looking like he's got a fairly close battle going on with another car. See who we can spot who he's battling with. Sean Berryman. So actually this battle is for the final bump-up position. Sean Berryman, the 12 car behind him, pressuring him as they come out onto the main straight. We are about 11 minutes in to this final. And we've got a really close battle going on that we're looking at now for the last bump-up position. Daniel Austin has kind of checked out, and in fact, I think he's lapped the field now. So Daniel Austin discarding his sandbags. Heading out there, Matt Box, Robson White, Ian Gillespie and Sean Berryman battling. They're coming towards us. Let's see who's holding it this time. Okay, so Sean has dropped back a little bit. Where are we now? We are around 12 minutes into this final, coming up towards the 12-minute mark. Just trying to catch this battle that's going on. Sean Berryman now running in 4th place. So he's just come past us, the 12 car. heading out towards the main straight now. He's the second of the two sort of cars with the pink rear. He's the one with the black wing, just down the main straight, battling. And, oh, great move by Sean Berryman up the inside there, just as they came out onto the main straight, or exited the main straight. He just got slightly better traction coming onto the straight, and outbraked right at the end of the straight. So Sean Berryman there, I think that might have been Robson White that he's just passed. So Sean Berryman from P13, having been out on the track earlier, already bumped up into this final. Sean Berryman looking to get a lock on his place in the quarters, which will be coming up after one more, after the 8th A final. Daniel Austin still our leader then as we come in towards the final minute. So let's see if we can find him out there, the number 1 car. He was like a pinkish coloured car. Let's see if we can spot him out there somewhere. That's the 9 car that's just come past us. Let's see if we can pick out the number 1 car. I think this may well be, no, that's the 6 car. Quite a lot of drivers favouring pink. That's the 4 car, another pink one, that's the 13. There's the 1 car, just come past us now. No. In fact, Matt Box, not a million miles behind, actually. Matt Box within 2 seconds of him. Battle for the win doesn't really matter. It's a nice little confidence booster if you can get it and can take it through into the next round. But so long as you're in one of the coveted top 4 positions, currently occupied by Daniel Austin, Matt Box, Robson White and Sean Berryman, you will make it through. Running with our leader at the moment. That's the number 1 car. Matt Box looks to have given up the chase with, I think it will be this lap they'll finish plus 1 more for their split lap. He doesn't want to throw it all away in the chase of a position that he doesn't really need. If it was the battle over 4th and 5th, he may well absolutely drop the hammer. But Daniel Austin leading this one relatively comfortably. Just waiting for them to cross the line for their finishing times. Should be finishing on their lap across the line this time. So just waiting for the leader to cross the line. So Daniel Austin takes that one from Matt Box. I think Robson White just waiting for him to come across. Bit of a disaster for Sean Berryman. He's dropped right down the field at the end of that. Just as we're coming to the conclusion of this 1/8 B final. Everybody going for their finishing times now. Just watching the drivers exiting the track there at the end of the 1/8 B final here from Nemo Raceway. Everybody just getting ready for the 1/8 A final. So bump ups from that 1/8 B final: Daniel Austin, Matt Box, Robson White and Scott Walker. Sean Berryman looking quite potent. I think he had a flame out right towards the end. It's quite unlucky for him. Couple of moments of silence whilst everybody gets ready, swapped over. Everybody being given their marshalling positions. So, good afternoon if you're just joining us. We're here from Nemo Raceway in Bishop's Itchington in the, well, just off the M40 in Warwickshire. Very, very close off the M40. Drivers being called up one at a time for the 1/8 A final. We're then going to have a couple of minutes of warm-up whilst everybody heads out on the track. It'll be the first opportunity for the top 10 guys in this final. It'll be the first time they've been out on track today. Others will have bumped up from the 1/16 finals. 1/16 A. Racers have had the call to start their engines. They'll be released out onto the circuit any moment for a couple of minutes of warm-up. Once they've done their warm-up, they'll head back to the pit lane to be refueled, taken out for the start of their final. So this is the 1/8 A final coming up. And then we shall move on to the quarterfinals. After the quarters, rather obviously, we'll have the two semi-finals and then building up towards the main final at the end of the day. Cars being released out onto the circuit now. Just coming past this for the first time. Voyage into the unknown for a lot of these drivers, certainly the top 10. Having not been out on track since the wet final round of qualifying earlier this morning. Cars are going to feel completely different to what they did earlier on. Always a little bit of a voyage of discovery, and sometimes you get that sinking feeling in your stomach when you realise that you've got to drive this thing that you've got underneath you for the next 15 minutes. And it's not particularly pretty to drive. Other times, you put the car down, it feels absolutely epic, and you cannot wait to get started. Coming towards the end of the warm-up now. Everybody just heading round back into the pits at the end of the warm-up. Getting ready for the start of this 1/8 A final from Nemo Raceway. This is the 5th round of the BRCA 1/5 scale nationals. Cars being refueled, held by the pitmen. All set for the start. We'll have a 10-second countdown. They'll be put down with 3 seconds to go. Looks like we've had a little bit of drama there. Someone called off the track, or is that an engine cut? Okay, so I think everybody's been released again, so I don't quite know what's... Okay, everybody been released for another warm-up lap. I think someone had the wrong number on their car. Quite important for the sake of refereeing that everybody ends up with the correct number on their car. So, referee has released everybody for another warm-up lap. You can see just having the correct numbers affixed to his car. And I can imagine up on the rostrum at the moment, he'll probably feel a little bit of a burk at that point. But being taken back to the start line. It'd be a little bit odd for the drivers. You can see pitmen making the universal symbol, get the revs up, get that exhaust cleared. You don't want this bogging down at the start. So we're going to have a 10-second countdown. And then into the start. Ready. Everybody away. Looks like leaders got away okay successfully. They've had a couple of laps to get a feel for what's underneath them. Heading round past us for the first time. Car number 1 looks like he is leading this one. 2 looks like he's challenging though, and in fact that's a change of lead. So I think car 2, the orange coloured car, leading as they come back towards us. No, it's car number 4 actually, 4 from 3. So car number 4 is going to be leading this one, just waiting to get the number on that. As Ben Billing jumps into an early lead, the orange coloured car. That will reflect on the timing any second now. So we're watching this orange coloured car of Ben Billing leading. It did look like the number 4 as it came past us. Let's just get a check on that because the timing is showing it as car 2. Just want to confirm that. He's got a big lead. Should be able to pick him up. My mistake, it is the 2 car. So Ashley Owen leading from Adrian Svensson. Ben Billing has made a decent start and he's running in what I believe to be 2nd place now. So Ben Billing is running in 2nd place. Towards back of this. So if we can move back 1 car. Here we go. This is the battle for 2nd going on. Ashley Owen appears to have checked out. Ben Billing is running in 2nd. That's an awesome launch from Jack Willits with the 11 car. And I think he's just popped out in 2nd place. Let's just confirm that as they come past us. That is the 11 car. So Jack Willits, all the way from P11, has got himself up into 2nd place. This white car just coming out onto the main straight now. White car, white wheel, black wing. Heads off down the main straight now. Everybody giving chase. Ashley Owen has absolutely gone. Has checked out at the front. That's what he will like to see. He's got a huge lead. He's got 8 seconds already. As we come in, I suppose we're 3 minutes into the final, so it's a decent amount of time that we've been running. Everybody going to try and give chase. Jack Willits still occupying 2nd from P11. Car number 6, Wesley Jolly, running in 3rd position at the moment. Just joining us here from Nemo Raceway for the 5th round of the BRCA 1/8 scale nationals. This is the 1/8 final, 1/8A final. We've just had the 1/8B final. So after this, we move into the quarterfinals. Coming up towards the 4-minute mark now. Ashley Owen leading this one quite comfortably from Jack Willits, who we're running with at the moment. Ashley Owen already heading out towards the main straight and down the main straight. The car didn't look particularly quick, actually, Ashley's car. Let's just see if we can pick him up. He's over the far side of the track at the moment. Just watching Ashley head round his car. Just looked like it hesitated on the main straight. Could have been an optical illusion from where we're standing. Certainly appears to be running completely cleanly. He's running by himself, so let's just listen out as he comes past us. And, he just had a spin. So Ashley comes past us now. This is the number 2 car. Sounds relatively healthy. Doesn't sound like there's any major issues with it. It just didn't look particularly fast down the main straight. It still doesn't look particularly quick compared to some of the other cars. It does look like he's maybe struggling a little bit. Looks a little bit strangulated. Let's just see if he ends up losing the lead there. So Ashley Owen had a fairly huge lead. He seems absolutely fine on the infield. Just seen him taking some liberties there with some of the hoses. Gets away with it. Just doesn't sound particularly clean when he opens it up down the main straight. Looks fine through the infield. Just having a look at the lap times. Last lap for Ashley Owen, 43.86. Last lap for Jack Willits, a 41.17. The gap is coming down. Having said that, Ashley's just done a 41.06. So he has not seemingly got any issue with the pace that he needs to run. Just an optical illusion. We will keep an eye on that, though. We're running with him at the moment, our leader, Ashley Owen. Gap is around 6 seconds. So we're coming up towards the 6-minute mark now. So we're going to be getting towards the time when they start thinking about fuel stops. 15-minute final, so they're going to want to be stopping somewhere around the 11. Around the 7.5, 8 minute mark, so that they can make it all the way through to the end. These cars, 3.5 cc 2-stroke engines, 0.21 cubic inch in old money. Small issue there for our leader, Ashley. That's let Jack Willits close in a little bit. Ashley had enough of a lead that it's not really dropped him off too much. Ashley Owen still leading this one by a reduced margin now from Jack Willits. Leader on his roof just in front of us. So leader on his roof gets flipped back over cleanly by the marshal. The stop for Jack Willits dropped him back down the field, but they're at the point where you're going to see the order being quite changeable at the moment. So currently Ash Owen from Ben Billing, Wes Jolly. Expect that to start filtering around in a few moments as everybody stops over the course of the next couple of minutes. We're just around the 8-minute mark now. Still with our leader, Asher Owen. Riding some of those hoses really, really nicely. Nice and clean there from Ash. Heads for the pits. Leader pits, in goes the fuel gun, bang, out we go again. Nice clean stop, nothing too much to worry about. Heading back round, out onto the main straight again. See if we can find Ben Billing, the 4 car. When he gets round to us, we'll try and pick him up. He's currently running in 2nd place. It's the 7 that's just come past us. I believe from memory it's a blue and white car. It is, and in fact I think he's the 2nd of the 2 just coming up towards us now. So Ben Billing and Andy Pierce close together on the track. It's the 1 car of Andy Pierce. Andy Pierce pits, that's why he launched himself up the order. So Ben Billing was running in a net 2nd there. Looks like he's retained that. Cars flowing nicely now around this Nemo Raceway circuit as we come in towards the 9.5 minute mark. Ashley Owen leading from Andy Pierce and Ben Billing. Wes Jolly holding the 4th bump up spot at the moment. Getting to the point where all of this will shake itself out and we will have no more changes but mechanical failures and racing changes for position, but you're not going to get any massive changes due to pit stops. On screen with Ben Billing at the moment. Wes Jolly now running in 2nd with the 6 car. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is the orange and yellow coloured car, so he's 1 car in front of the car that we're following. 6 car just coming out onto the main straight now. Down the main straight, this is our number 6 car of Wes Jolly. Currently running in 2nd position. Holding down one of the bump spots. Top 4 from this final will bump up into the quarters. Looking for one of those coveted positions. Ash Owen still comfortable out front. Wes Jolly 13 seconds back. Ben Billing 2 seconds behind him. Adrian Svensson another 3 seconds behind him. So top 4 have got themselves quite nicely spaced out. Andy Pierce then is a fair chunk back from that. In terms of lap times, let's look and see who's done really quick laps out there. Average lap for Ashley Owen. In fact, last lap was a little bit slow from him. But 43.9. Wes Jolly 42.08. So about 1.8 seconds Wes Jolly took out of Ash that time. Lead is currently 11 seconds as we have got around 3.5 minutes of this final remaining. 3.5 minutes of the final to run. We're running with current 2nd place man, Wes Jolly. Let's just see what the gap is this time round. Pretty much pegged it. It is 1/2 a tenth the difference between them. So next to nothing in it. Next to nothing in it that time round. Almost identical on times. Ashley Owen still leading this one. From Wes Jolly, who we're running with at the moment, there aren't any particularly close battles going on out there. Let's pick up our leader again, the orange-coloured car. He is... believe this is him that's just going to be coming towards us now. Certainly an all orange coloured car. Let's just check. And it is. So there's our number 2 coloured car. Number 2 coloured. Number 2 car, the orange coloured car. And makes a mistake coming out onto the main straight. So that was our leader. Just being flipped over. He's maintained his lead, but that's going to have brought Ash Owen's lead down considerably. Wes Jolly might sniff blood here as we have around 1.5 minutes of this final remaining. After this 1/8 final, we shall move into the quarters. Here from Nemo Raceway for round 5 of the BRCA 1/5 scale National Series. Ash Owen still leading. Wes Jolly giving chase. Ash could do without any more mistakes like that one that he made. Last lap coming out onto the main straight, just took too much of the hose. Car just rolled up on the hose, flipped over on its roof. Got recovered fairly quickly by Marshall. It's always dangerous towards the end of a run though. But you really don't want to be, or you're more susceptible to running dry, running out of fuel. The cars have got a clunk in the fuel tank, all of them, so that they can pick up from wherever it needs to. But still always a little bit of a danger if the cars are inverted. Ash Owen's lead, 3.6 seconds as we come up to around 30 seconds to go within this 1/8B final. Still running with Ashley Owen, our leader. Quite possibly the last lap. Might just make it through for an extra lap. Should do. What's he? 4:16. Yeah, he should. He should make it through for an extra lap. Wes Jolly may just sneak it. 2. Ash will be kind of hoping that he doesn't. So we're running with our leader at the moment. Should relatively comfortably make the extra lap, providing he doesn't make any huge mistakes. Just watching him there now as he rounds one of the hairpins at Nemo Raceway, just comes underneath our commentary position. Shows off by setting the fastest lap of the final. And takes the win. So Ashley Owen from Wes Jolly, Ben Billing and Adrian Svensson are our top 4 there as we finish. So just going to get everybody head off the track and then we will start getting ready for the quarterfinals. Drivers getting the instructions to kill their engines right at the end of that. So I'm not sure if we're going to have a small break. No, we're just getting everybody up onto the driver's rostrum. Okay, so just hearing we're going to have some warm-ups for the semis. Reason for that is we're just getting the drivers conditioned to what they're going to see out on the track a little bit later on. They haven't been out on track since their first round of qualifying earlier on, some of these, so only fair that we give them a little bit of an opportunity to get out on track and have some opportunity to run, find out what they've got underneath them. Don't want to give them or give the guys that have bumped up a massive advantage over them.
this race, just going up on the watchman now, which is the semi-final B, I think. Let me just get mine. We should have a marshal on point 5 for Callum Midland, 6 Jamie Clancy.
So, semi-practice, semi-B practice just going out.
10 John Spencer. 11
Then we'll have the semi-A practice. Then we're going to move into the quarters.
marshals for this one.
Then into the semis. These are all moving from 15-minute finals up to 20. So we're going to start seeing 2 stops for everybody.
William Skidmore 12, Jonathan Skidmore 13, Graham also 14. You guys can start.
So remember, what we're seeing out on track now is no racing action. This is just pure practice for the semi-finalists. It's a 5-minute practice session. Opportunity for them for the first time in dry conditions today to run out on circuit. Cars have all been released and are running. See drivers start heading back to the pits, make a few tweaks, few changes. So semi-B practice just running at the moment. So no timing or anything for these guys. Just getting a feel for what they've got underneath them here at Nemo Raceway. 5-minute practice for semi-B. There'll be a 5-minute practice for semi-A. Then we shall get back into the action of the quarterfinals here from Nemo Raceway. Still a good opportunity, everybody figuring out exactly what they've got underneath them. So coming towards the end of this semi-B practice. I'm going to have semi-A practice coming up next. Then we shall move on to the first of the quarterfinals, where a few guys will be hoping to move themselves up into these. If you're wondering why they're not having the opportunity to practice, those guys, and why they're running the semi-practice at the moment, basically they're going to have come off of a 20-minute final straight into that anyway. So that will serve as their practice and their warm-up already for them. So the guys that bump up from the quarters into the semis, not too worried about having the additional practice or not having the additional practice. A lot of these guys will be very, very familiar with this track here at Nemo Raceway, having done many, many laps of it over the course of the weekend so far. Semi-B practice just coming to an end, so we're going to have semi-A practice shortly before we go into the quarters.
the first race back up is going to be the B1 quarter final. So marshals firstly, please. On point 5, Anthony Conroy. Point 6, Jason Patey. 7, Andy Pearce. 8, Jack Ritchie. 9, Lewis Millman. 10, Rod Cockcroft. 11, Jack Willits. 12, Tanner Cullen. 13, Mark Everett. 14, Dennis Holding. Can we kill the engines before I come out and kill somebody? Thank you. Marshals on point 5, Anthony Conroy. 6, Jason Patey. 7, Andy Ritchie. 7, Andy Pearce. 8, Jack Ritchie. 9, Lewis Millman. 10, Rob Cockcroft. 11, Jack Willits. 12, Tanner Cullen. 13, Mark Everett. And 14, Dennis Holding. Drivers up on the Russian one at a time. Number 1, Simon Willits. 2, Dave Bailey. 3, David Gibson. 4, John Hazelwood. 5, Ron West. 6, Matt Jessup. 7, Colin Brennan. 8, Charles Godwin. 9, Ed Rockenhurst. 10, Eric Wright. 11, Daniel Austin. 12, Matt Fox. 13, Robson White. 14, Scott Walker. Marshals one final time. 5, Anthony Conroy. 6, Jason Patey. 7, Andy Pearce. 8, Jack Ritchie. 9, Lewis Millman. 10, Rob Cockcroft. 11, Jack Willits. 12,
Engines just being started for the quarter B final. Cars about to be released out on the circuit for a couple of minutes warm-up. Switching to 20-minute finals now here at Nemo Raceway from the 15-minute finals we've had earlier on. Does change things around a little bit. Means you've gone from a single-stop final to what will definitely be two-stop finals, but because you're talking about running for 7 to 8 minutes, it's not a clear-cut decision exactly when to stop. There's quite big windows that it puts everybody in. Quite big opportunities for everybody to stop into. Nice for the pitmen to have a bit of a play and a good opportunity for them. What you don't want to be doing as a pitman is pulling someone into a really congested pit lane. Ideally, you want a single car to come in, if you can do it. Certainly no one immediately around you. Make things a little bit more spread out. Everybody heading back to the pits now. Going to be taken out onto the main straight by their pitmen, complete with fuel bottle. The car's being taken out to the start. See some of them choosing to fill up in the pit lane. That was because of what we were saying earlier. 20 minutes is not really achievable on a single stop. It's very comfortably on a 2. They're getting run times of somewhere in the region of 8 to 8.5 minutes. Not feeling the need to necessarily run it right to the limit. 10-second countdown begins. Cars all off. Looks like number 1's gone away in the lead. Heading away through the infield quite comfortably. Let's just check that out as they come past us. See what the running order is for the first time. Takes a little while for the timing to update after they've filtered past us for the first time. But certainly looks like car 1 away somewhere near the front. So it's 1 from 2 from 4 from 3 at the moment. Simon Willits from Dave Bailey, John Hazelwood, Dave Gibson. John Hazelwood obviously very, very involved here at Nemo Raceway. Will be very, very familiar with the circuit. In fact, he may not be, although it would be a pretty common misconception that he does millions and millions of laps around the track. It's not, although he's based here, it might actually quite often proves to be the case that most of the work, or most of the time, is spent putting the work into the raceway and keeping it looking as fantastic as it does. Good lead though for Simon Willits. Round for the first time. John Hazelwood pops out in 2nd place. See, as we start moving up through the finals, everything looking a little bit more controlled. Drivers looking a little bit more in control of their vehicles. Things getting a little bit less hectic. Cars 5 and 10 getting instructions to keep it clean. That's Rob West and Eric Licker. Simon Willett still leading out in front of this one. John Hazelwood from P4 starting position, currently running 2nd. Looks like relatively close battle going on between 4 and 2. Let's see if we can, or 2 and 3, in fact. They've just come past us now. Simon Willits leading this one by around 6 seconds at the moment from John Hazelwood. Dave Bailey running in 3rd place now. There's the 4 car, just come past us. That's the 2 car. Let's run with the 2 car. It's the white front, blue rear. He's just heading out towards the main straight now. This is the car of Dave Bailey. Number 2 car running in 3rd place at the moment. Dan Austin, the big mover, up from P11 all the way up to P5. Be the top 4 that we're looking forward to bump up. So Simon Willits, John Hazelwood, Dave Bailey, David Gibson holding those positions at the minute. Running with David Bailey at the moment. Flicks his car through the bomb hole. Comes out onto the main straight. You can see now that they're able to get that power down as they head around towards the main straight. They were struggling a little bit earlier on for traction out of there on the wet track. No such concerns at the moment. All looking pretty comfortable out there. Simon Willits lead still around 6 seconds, so he's got a decent jump over John Hazelwood, but then John's pegged him. 6 minutes into this 20-minute final. Getting to the range where some of these guys may want to start thinking about stopping. It'd be a little bit on the early side, but they've got 2 stops. So they're definitely going to have to make 2 stops there, so it could be an opportunity for their pit men just to bring them in at an opportune time if they think that they're going to be out in clear track and on a nice clear track and not a congested pit lane. It's an ideal opportunity to have a go at it. Find that little gap out on circuit. Still running with Dave Bailey. 1 car in front is John Hazelwood. Let's see if we can pick up John actually as he heads off down the... In fact, he's just headed into the pits. There we go. John Hazelwood in the pits. In goes the fuel gun. Bang. Out we go. This is our 2nd place man, John Hazelwood, heavily involved in Nemo Raceway. That round of stops looks like it's brought John and Dave Bailey a little bit closer together. Dave Bailey just out the back of shot. You'll see him pop into it on occasion. There we go, just out of the back of shot. This is John Hazelwood we're running with. Simon Willits has kind of checked out in front. Still watching this close battle for 2nd position going on out on circuit. About 1.5 seconds between John Hazelwood and Dave Bailey. We're about 9.5 minutes into this 20-minute long quarter-final. Simon Willits, John Hazelwood, Dave Bailey, Dave Gibson, Dan Austin running top 5 at the moment. Fastest lap of the final from John Hazelwood. It was the fastest lap of the final from John Hazelwood with a 49.5. Simon Willits takes it back with a 40.23. Still watching John Hazelwood running in at second at the moment. Dave Bailey kind of giving chase, but kind of keeping a respectful distance. No real close battles going on the circuit at the moment. Over half distance now. We're around 10.5 minutes into this 20-minute long final. John Hazelwood sets his fastest lap of the final last time round, 40.54. Took about 7 tenths out of Simon Willits' lead. Car we're running with at the moment is John Hazelwood. See if we can find the one car of Simon Willits. He's a few seconds down the road, so it'll be a little while before he comes around to us. So one car has just passed us. That is the white front, green centre, purple rear car, just coming on the main straight now. Simon Willits, our leader, 8.3 second lead over second place man John Hazelwood. Getting into the range of second stops now. Going to be quite an opportune time for them. Yeah, good, you? Yeah. Not bad. It's alright, we're not live at the moment. So. They're in Switzerland, I think, looking at that. Yeah.
Is that the BTS?
No, that's...
Large scale.
No, I think it's 8 electric. Something. Yeah, there's fifth scale up in Lincolnshire. There's all sorts going on this weekend, so they keep cutting to us and back. So thought you'd just come down for a look.
Yeah, just a bit of got to sort some gazebos out. Got a couple of new team drivers.
Yeah.
Sort a few things out.
Cool.
So everyone hibernates for the winter.
Yeah. Well, it's not particularly, yeah, it's not that far, is it? I didn't realise how close this place was.
I've just been to Bedworth as well. We've got an X-ray race over there, so a few reasons to go out.
Yeah, stay out. Yeah, I don't think he's running it today. Oh yeah, it's got no, it's got no well, it's got dampers, but they're inboard. Looks interesting. He's running second at the moment. So it's only the quarters, yeah. Yeah, but although he was saying earlier, he's done bugger all running round here, particularly.
Of course he has,
yeah. Yeah. All good. Yeah, no worries. Catch you later. What, we've got 16 minutes into this final now. Everybody done their last stops. So it's just bring it home. Simon Willits from John Hazelwood, Dave Bailey. Dave Gibson running in 4th position at the moment. John Hazelwood got Simon Willits' lead down to 6.3 seconds. Not sure he can do an awful lot more about that. Not that he'll be overly worried. I think his plan is just to bring this one home. Heading back towards us now. Carving his way through some traffic. It's our leader, Simon Willits. Started out P1, currently occupying P1. Looking to bump up into the semi-final, being chased by John Hazelwood, Dave Bailey and David Gibson. So top 4 look to be heading for the bump up positions in the semi-finals. 1, 2, 3, 4 they started. 1, 4, 2, 3 the current running order. Fastest lap last time round for both of the leaders. John Hazelwood got Simon Willits' lead down to 5.73 seconds. Hazelwood clearly trying. John Hazelwood's car, very distinctive. The new Agama, not having any dampers visible. Clearly running inboard dampers. Heading into the final seconds of this quarter-final, this B quarter. Looks like the top 4 starters are going to end up being the top 4 who bump up. Simon Willits, John Hazelwood, Dave Bailey, Dave Gibson, currently occupying those positions. I think this lap and one more should see them all get to the end. Simon Willits just lays that down with a 39.97 lap. So first sub 40 second lap that we've seen today. Just because he can on that last lap. John Hazelwood within 6 seconds at the end of Simon Willits. But cracking last lap there from Simon. Just seeing what he's got left. Stamp his authority on it as he brings it home. Silence descends for a few minutes whilst we get ready for the start of the quarter A. Then we will go into the semi-finals.
Okay, so that was the B1 quarter-final, and the drivers going up to strict scrutiny will be 1, 4, 2 and 3. So this is up to Marshall, on 0.5 Rob West, 0.6 Daniel Austin, 0.7 Robson White, 0.8 Scott Walker, 0.9
Confirmation there, the top four were the top four starting, slight change in the order. So running, finishing order was 1, 4, 2, 3.
7 Robson White, 8 Scott Walker, 9 Matt Fox, 10 Giles Godwin, 11 Matt Jessup, 12 Colin Brown, 13 Eric Knight, 14 Liam Runclehurst. The next race on the Rushden will be the A1 quarter-final, up one at a time please. Number 1, James Pavone, 2, Mitchell Rood, 3, Bradley Baird.
Quarter A just going up onto the driver's rostrum. And they'll start and have a couple of minutes warm-up.
7 Joshua Graham, 8 Paul Abbott, 9 Brendan Shakespeare, 10 John Holmes, 11 Ashley Owen, 12 Wesley Jolly, 13 Ben Billing, 14 Adrian Simpson. And then Marshall's one final time on 5 Rob West, 6 Daniel Austin, 7 Robson White, 8 Scott Walker, 9 Matt Fox, 10 Charles Godwin, 11 Matt Jessup, 12 Colin Brown, 13 Eric Knight.
Many multi-year trips. I think we did 10 years. We've done 12 years now. We haven't done it the last 2 years. So 10 years of actually travelling somewhere.
I went in a postman Patman.
Did you?
Yeah. Which you hired for me. It's fantastic. Absolutely. Very scary. Going round the Alps.
I didn't know I hired a postman Patman. It sounds very generous. It's Feldman now takes the lead from. Oh, someone pulled off the bottom there. So Feldman leads. Second place is Catalano, turning now Vaselli is pushing back. They're shooting through as Feldman. There's a couple of cars painted the same way, which I never work with later, it gets very confusing. But second and third are right together at this moment. So you've got Catalano and Vaselli right together. Feldman just doing some lappery. So Vaselli has been unable to get past Catalani for a long time. They're suddenly quite the pace.
cars having been called back to the pit lane. So getting set now for the start of the Quarter A final. Here from Nemo Raceway. Countdown's begun. Just getting ready to drop the cars down. That was quite a long hold there. Everybody seemingly getting away okay, as they're sort of flowing through the back of the shot. I believe that was car 1 got away in the lead okay though. We'll check for the first time when they come round. James Lepavot, that will be from Mitchell Booth, Bradley Baird, Tara Craddock, Chris Sharp-Simkis, Lee Talbot, Josh Graham, Paul Albert, Ruben Shakespeare, John Holmes, Ash Owen. Let's see who comes past. It's the 1 from the 2, so James Lepavot from Mitchell Booth. James Lepavot, the purple-coloured car, heads out onto the main straight. Mitch Booth giving chase. Fairly distinct colours on both of those cars. Should be relatively easy to spot from a distance. So I think we've had a change of lead there. Mitch Booth looks like he's got in front. I do love it when people are considerate enough to paint their cars different colours so we can wait to see what's going on. So indeed, it's the 2 car of Mitch Booth leading the 1 car of James Lepavot. Down the main straight once more. It's our leader, Mitch Booth. Coming up towards the 2-minute mark now for this 20-minute long Quarter A final. Aim of all of these guys will be just to finish in the top 4. Car number 3, Bradley Baird, going with them. Top 3 have made a bit of a break for it. Just briefly saw all 3 of them on screen together there. This Mitch Booth we're running with, leading this final. He'll be looking to bump his way up. Just seen, was that James Lepavot dropping back after a mistake? Find out when they come past us. No, James Lepavot's leading. So, who was that drop back? That must have been Mitch Booth who made that mistake. James Lepavot running in the lead now, the purple-coloured car, as he heads out towards the main straight. Mitch Booth already gapping Bradley Baird as he tries to hunt down and close in. Joining us here at Nemo Raceway for the Quarter A final. Semi-finals coming up next. Looking for the top 4 from each of these finals to move up. James Lepavot from Mitch Booth. Bradley Baird, Lee Talbot's got himself up from P6. Ashley Owen all the way up from P11 to P5 at the moment. So he's going to be looking to try and get himself up into the semi-finals. Then we get set for the main final coming up later on. We can move back 1 car to the car of Mitch Booth. He is trying to close in on James Lepavot. Actually caught and passed him earlier on and then made a small mistake and dropped back. So running order is 1 from 2 from 3 from 11. So Ashley Owen has got himself up into that final bump up position. As things stand. top three covered by 4 seconds. We're running with second place man at the moment. Kind of equidistantly spaced James Lepeveau, Mitch Booth and Bradley Baird. Just saw Bradley Baird shoot into the back a shot there. Still running with second place man Mitch Booth. You just see disappearing out the front of your shot first place man James Lepeveau. That's definitely less than 2 seconds now. Looks like Bradley Baird's going with them as well. Top three condensing. .6 seconds now covering the top three. Second place man we're running with at the moment, Mitch Booth. James Lepeveau, 1 car in front. Bradley Baird, 1 car behind. Bradley looking like he's trying to close in and challenge Mitch. Let's move back and focus on Bradley's car. White and blue coloured car. We've got him now in the centre of shot. Since he heads off down the main straight, he's going to try and catch Mitch Booth. 3.1 seconds now, the gap between the top three. 1.6 between James Lepeveau and Mitch Booth. About the same again between Mitch Booth and Bradley Baird. How long have we gone? We're about 6.5 minutes in, so we're kind of getting to first stop time, where any one of these guys could be called in when it suits them. Top three all fire past the pits that time. Still running with Bradley Baird at the moment as he gives chase to Mitch Booth, who is in turn chasing James Lepeveau. They won't be too interested in getting involved in tight battles, these three. They're a fair chunk ahead of the rest of them. I'm just having a look. 2.8 seconds now covering the top three. And there's lap traffic in between them as well, which won't be helping matters. Just trying to figure out where they are. Let's have a look. So our leader pits. Everybody else continues on. James Lepeveau's pitted, so he's going to drop down the order on the timing screen very, very shortly. Still running with Bradley Baird at the moment. Running it in third position. Bradley Baird running it in third place at the moment. So Bradley Baird running in second place now. They've filtered past James Lepeveau in the stops. Mitch Booth, our leader. This car we're running with Bradley Baird is 3.5 seconds back after the first round of stops. Just waiting to see what the gap was that time round. Everybody closing in. We are around 12.5 minutes into this final here. Sorry, around 12 minutes into this final here at Nemo Raceway. Mitch Booth leading from James Lepeveau, Bradley Baird and Josh Graham. Those four occupying the bump-up spots in this quarter A final here at round 5 of the BRCA Rallycross Nationals from the Nemo Raceway. Watching Bradley Baird on screen. Let's see if we can find Mitch Booth, the 2 car. It'll be a little while before he comes round, but let's pick him up as he does. Be a while before he gets to us because he wasn't a million miles down the road from Bradley Baird. Seeing if we can spot the 2 car. 2 cars just come past us now. He's the white front, orange rear. He's just coming out onto the main straight now with the yellow side plates on the rear wing. Who's very conveniently just crashed for us. And is that flamed out? No, he is still running. No, that's a breakage, it looks like. So what was our leader has got some kind of a breakage. So I don't know if he's broken the hub there possibly as he clipped it. So desperately unlucky there for Mitch Booth. Looks like some kind of breakage on the front of the car, or I suspect he popped a ball joint off of the front hub. On there, James Lepeveau back to the lead then. He is he's an all purple coloured car, so let's see if we can spot him. Here he goes. Oh, and he's just crashed underneath us. So James Lepeveau, now the all purple car, he is still leading, but crashed quite nicely directly underneath us. He's got a fairly comfortable lead now from Bradley Baird. Josh Graham up into 3rd place. Ashley Owen now up into 4th from P11. So Ashley Owen, having been out on track earlier, there's a good opportunity for him to get out there on track and do plenty of running. So he'll know what the track feels like. Always good to know, always good to find out. James Lepeveau, who we're running with at the moment, leading this one from Bradley Baird. Where are we on terms of time? We've got just over 8 minutes of this remaining of this quarter A final here from Nemo Raceway. Looking at the gaps between everybody, James Lepeveau leading this one by about 6 seconds from Bradley Baird. Josh Graham around 4 seconds further back. Ashley Owen another 6 seconds further back from him. Everybody fairly evenly spaced out now. It's 20-minute long final. Kind of coming to the range where drivers are going to start thinking about their second stops. We're watching our leader at the moment, James Lepeveau. Past some crash traffic. Once more down the main straight. Doesn't stop this time round. Really, any lap now, they can choose to stop whenever it's convenient for them, or whenever it works best. So long as they're within range of getting to the end, their pitman will call them in when they spot a nice gap on the track. Nice, easy decision to make, really, with a 20-minute final. You're definitely not going to make it in one stop. You'll easily make it in 2 with run times of somewhere in the region of 8 minutes. So you've got a massive, great big window that you can put it in. Bradley Baird just having a spectacular accident directly in front of us. He maintains 2nd place, but that's going to have increased James Lepeveu's lead. Still running at the moment, so I'd probably expect to see him in very, very shortly. Just run with him till the stop. What do we got? Here it comes through the bomb hole, out towards the main straight. Looking pretty comfortable, having a look at any other battles going on there. Joshua Graham's got past Bradley Baird for 2nd place. So that's the 7 car currently running in 2nd. Let's see if we can spot that. He'll be out there somewhere. Just looking for the 7 car. Well, there's our leader gone past. Josh Graham about 10 seconds further back. So it should be this car that's just coming up towards us now. Let's just check that. No, that's the 12 car, not the 3 car. Okay, so Josh Graham's pitted. That's why he was out of sequence on the pits. That's why he'd launched himself up the order. He's still going to be somewhere near the front, though. Expect him to cycle down the order. I think Bradley Baird is now running in second. Or will be when the timing updates. Some 12 seconds back. So car on its roof that we've got at the moment. Let's just check to see. So that was Bradley. No, it wasn't. It was the 7K. It was Josh Graham who was on his roof. So that's definitely dropped him down. He's still in 3rd position. Running with Josh Graham at the moment in 3rd place. James Lepeveau leading, Bradley Baird 4 seconds back. James Lepeveau pitted last time round, looking at the length of his lap, 48.3 compared to Bradley. Bradley currently 4 seconds off James's lead, but I suspect if we pick up Bradley, who is just going through the bomb hole now as we head out onto the main straight, I suspect he's going to peel into the pits. If not this lap, the next time round. If not, then he's done an awesome job to cut that lead down. Bradley over on his roof again, was that? No, that wasn't Bradley. Just keeping an eye on where everybody is. Where everybody's popped out after the stops. Okay, so Bradley now 11 seconds back from the leader of James Lepeveau. James Lepeveau from Bradley Baird, Josh Graham and Ashley Owen. Current running order. We have got around 2.5 minutes of this quarter A final left before we go into the first of the semi-finals, the Semi-B. So Semi-B coming up shortly. Joining us here from Nemo Raceway, James Lepeveau leading this one from Bradley Baird, Joshua Graham and Ashley Owen. They're the drivers occupying the bump-up positions at the moment. Let's see if we can find James Lepeveau, the purple-coloured car, leading this one with around 2.5 minutes of this quarter A final remaining. Here we go, just coming towards us now. Zach's already got him on the camera. Great job, Zach. There goes our leader, drifting it around one of the hairpins nicely through the bomb hole. Pops out towards the main straight, down the main straight once more. James Lepeveau looking pretty comfortable now. His lead 10.8 seconds with around 1 minute 30 remaining. Top 4 looking fairly static. Josh Graham might catch Bradley Baird before the end, but they don't really need to fight it out. The worst thing in the world would be having a coming together with someone else who's also in the top 4 and losing your hard-fought position in the top 4. You don't want to lose a bump-up position fighting someone when you're both occupying it. James Lepeveau coming around now as we're into the final minute. Lead up to 12 seconds. So he can stroke it home. Surely he'll be aware of how big his lead is, that he's got somewhere in the region of quarter of a lap lead. So there's other sort of fighting cars in front of him, or that he's in and around. He doesn't want to get involved. Oh, he's on his roof. The leader is on his roof. He gets recovered by a marshal. Always a dangerous time to end up on the roof. Right at the end when you're maybe a little bit light on fuel. The fuel tanks do have a clunk in them, so they have a weight on the end of the fuel pickup. When the car's inverted, it still should, in theory, pick up, but always a little bit of a concern in case the tank ends up in some kind of orientation where you can't pick it up or can't pick up the necessary fuel. The driver gets on the throttle a little bit hesitantly. You can't just pin it when the car's been flipped over. It will lean itself off slightly where it's been starved of fuel, but you've got the contents of the fuel line as well left in there. So James Le Pavot we're running with at the moment. He started out P1, got challenged by Mitch Booth. Mitch Booth made a mistake early on, dropped back, started coming back towards James, but then coming out onto the main straight had a bit of an accident, clipped the hose, and looks like he did some kind of damage to a front hub, dropped him back. So we're going to see James Le Pavot having taken that one. From Bradley Baird, Josh Graham and Ashley Owen makes the second consecutive bump up here from Nemo Raceway. So that is the quarter A final done. So quarter, now we're into the semi-finals now. So James Le Pavot having taken that from Bradley Baird, Joshua Graham, Ash Owen, John Holmes in 5th, Ben Billing, Taro Craddock, Wes Jolly, Chris Sharp-Simkis, Paul Abbott, Lee Talbot, Adrian Svensson, Ruben Shakespeare and Mitch Booth.
Temperature-wise, it will be problematic, for sure. The engines will get hotter and will get much more critical on the rings. The rings of the engine will be reducing to have the best performance. And it will require more a good mechanic to do a proper engine tuning. That will be mainly the issue. So we are talking also with the industry, trying to find out if we open the diameter of the carburetor may help or may not. Or we know that some of the industry is thinking of making a new head button for the engines in those countries where there are going to be bias in the shortest content of time. But these are possible solutions we are focusing, but yet to be focusing at EFRA level at this stage.
Is there a way forward? Is racing going to continue? Are you going to find a way to keep exciting racing in Europe?
Oh, the racing is going to be exciting. Don't worry about that. When the overall reducing for 25 millimeters, racing was people going excited. It's like in Formula 1. You just put your new rule, and in 2 years, the engines will be doing the same performance with less horsepower and everything like that. And it will happen the same with running buggies. I have seen yesterday, I think, the release from X-Ray of a new technology on carbon fiber and composite for touring cars. They're talking already about running buggy class. I have seen some of the inventions, new patents coming from other brands for running buggy. So I can feel there is an interest market coming in. So racing is going to be exciting for sure.
Good words. Thank you, Carlos. That's a promise. Racing is going to continue to be exciting. Thanks for joining us, Carlos. Catch you later. It's been amazing. We'll do. We keep on trying.
Just in the downtime here at Nemo Raceway between the
in the racing action, we could talk to Laszlo. Hey! Sorry about this.
between the quarters and the semis.
You're back.
Just going into the semis here at Nemo Raceway. Small bit of a delay.
Okay, so we have Laszlo, Ernesto and Laszlo. And there he is.
He's on the screen.
Laszlo, sorry we had a delay
I've
there.
got an important question to ask. Very important question I need to ask you, Laszlo. We just watched the final race. We watched the last race from yesterday. Why did Marcus Feldman stop? What happened?
Drivers starting their engines for the Semi-B here at Nemo. We're going to have a couple of warm-up laps.
You're of course part of the media with Polestar TV, but we should say that you're also a manufacturer as well, an associate member with your brand. So do you actually, you say it can't continue and something needs to happen, do you have an idea of what needs to happen?
Cars on track for the Semi-B warm-up here at Nemo. Cars being taken back to the pits. Away at the start of this final. Just watching them filter through on lap one for the first time. Lee Martin. From Jonathan Skidmore, from Will Skidmore. John Skidmore, this year's champion, leading away here at Nemo, or running in second place, sorry, at Nemo Raceway. Semi B up and running here at Nemo. Lee Martin leading away. Johnny Skidmore's gone with him. Less than half a second on the gap between them. So battle for the lead just coming round, just coming underneath us now. Really close battle going on. Lee Martin from Johnny Skidmore. Will Skidmore keeping a watching brief, running in third place. Graham Allsop running in fourth. Lee Martin holding the lead there, being chased by Johnny. Johnny trying to close in. Johnny already the champion for this year. After the first 4 rounds of this BRCA series. Heading out onto the main straight. Johnny trying to find his way past. Really close battle going on at the front between Johnny and Lee Martin. See the track almost completely dry now. Still looks quite slick on camera, but this great battle that we're watching going on between Lee Martin and Johnny Skidmore, and small mistake there from Lee Martin, ran a little bit wide. Johnny Skidmore didn't need any second invitation to nick the lead there. This great semi-B that we're watching going on between Lee Martin and Johnny Skidmore. Johnny Skidmore out in front at the moment from Lee Martin. Lee will be looking to get this one back. Either one of them will be happy just to get the move up into the main final later on, though. Johnny Skidmore now trying to get away from Lee Martin. Mistake from Lee in the background. Just out the back of shot there. Johnny Skidmore a little bit more comfortable out front now. Johnny Skidmore going away at the front. We are coming up to the 5-minute mark here. That's gone quickly in this 20-minute semi-final B. Getting to the range of first stops relatively shortly. Running with Johnny Skidmore, our leader there. Will Skidmore running in third place at the moment. Graham Allsop running in fourth. So it's 3 from 1, from 2, from 4. Current running order. Leader Johnny Skidmore looking quite comfortable. Let's, unless anything dramatic happens elsewhere, let's see if we can run with him till the first round of stops. Johnny Skidmore heads back towards us. Pops up nice air. Car looks really calm, really under control. Just launches lovely between those 2 corners. Just seen Lee Martin make a mistake in the background. That's dropped him further off. I think Will Skidmore might have been promoted into second for Skidmore Brothers 1-2. Johnny leading this one quite comfortably, starting to go up towards some traffic now. We are around 6 minutes into this final, so definitely into first stop range. You can see the confidence he's got in the car there, just very slightly up on 2 wheels, just keeps the throttle pinned, pulls it back down in a straight line, just a very small bit of opposite lock on there. Fastest lap, 38.27 from Johnny Skidmore last time round. So absolutely flying out there on the circuit. Earlier on, we were just starting to see drivers go sub 40. Here we go into the stops for the first time. Our leader stops, fires it down the pit lane. Refueled comfortably and gone. So I suspect that's promoted Will into the lead. Let's see if we can find Will Skidmore. He is the number 2 car. He's going to be somewhere out on track in front of Johnny. Let's have a look. That will be the case until we come up to Johnny's stop. Let's have a look. Oh, in fact, Johnny's already in front of Will. So that didn't take long. Johnny's lead then some 6 seconds over Will. Let's see if we can find Will, the number 2 car. Looks like we've got him on screen as he's down the main straight. Heads back through the infield now. Looking super clean, super comfortable out there. Both cars looking like they're soaking up absolutely everything that they hit. This is the 2 car we're running with at the moment of Will Skidmore. Lee Martin slowing in front, showing in front on the timing. Just at the moment, but that was just a result of the stops. Everybody's filtering through stops at the moment. Johnny Skidmore still leading this one from the car we're running with, Will Skidmore. Graham Allsop up into 3rd position currently. Let's see if we can find Sloppy, car number 4. See if we can pick him up. His colour scheme's normally fairly distinctive. Not seen him come through yet. They're just waiting for Graham Allsop with the number 4 car. There goes Sloppy now. He's just the last of the cars that's just come past us, so he'll be the last of the cars heading out onto the main straight. Just about now. That is our current 4th place man, Graham Allsop. Johnny Skidmore leading this one from Will Skidmore, Lee Martin and Graham Allsop. Michael Lewis running in 5th place currently from Callum Niblett, Simon Willits. We have got around half this final remaining. Running with Graham Allsop at the moment. Comes out onto the main straight once more. In for a stop. Relatively early, that stop, but it means a safe run to the end, and they know the pit lane is nice and clear when they do that and go in. Let's check back in with our leader, the number 3 car. In fact, let's go back to this battle that's just coming out onto the main straight between the 2 car and the 1 car. So the 2 car just onto the main straight now. Okay, this is Will Skidmore. And Lee Martin is not very far behind him at all. Less than a second covering those 2, I would say. Still looking at this battle for 2nd place going on at the moment. Will Skidmore occupying it, He is 9.5 seconds behind his brother. Lee Martin about 1 second further back. Great battle going on out there at the moment. Was that a change for second place? I believe it was. I think Lee Martin has just found his way past. So Lee Martin up into second place now. Lee Martin into second from Will Skidmore. Johnny Skidmore quite comfortable away out in front. See if Lee can start chasing him down. Great move there from Lee. Lee having done many, many laps around this circuit. Very familiar with the intricacies of the layout. Knows where all the bodies are buried. Exactly where he can find the time out there. This battle still going on. Battle for second that we're watching on screen. We have got around 7 minutes of this 20-minute final remaining here. This B semi at Nemo Raceway, just off the M40 in Warwickshire. Johnny Skidmore leading this from Lee Martin, Will Skidmore and Graham Alsop. Current running order. Johnny Skidmore is he's around 10 seconds down the road from this. So closest battle is the one that we're watching between Lee Martin and Will Skidmore. Will did have second for a large proportion of this final. But it was a great move from Lee Martin, jumped past him. Just seeing a stop there. And sent on his way again. Nothing left on the table there for Lee as he exits the pits. Every second could be critical there between Lee and Will. Expecting Will to pop up in second place. And then possibly Lee to take it back. It was really close between them. Just watching this enthralling battle going on. See how it's unfolded as they've come out the pits. Lee showing is only 2.8 seconds behind Johnny Skidmore, but that was because Johnny stopped. But Johnny had enough of a lead to stop and still maintain the lead. It's the battle between Lee and Will that we want to be keeping an eye on when that all unfolds from the stops. So this will be the number 1 car and the number 2 car. We want to see the gap between. Less than a second between them on the way in. See what the gap is once everything has filtered out at the exit of the stops. Looks like Lee's very close to another car on the circuit at the moment. Just waiting to spot who that is. I think that may well be Will. So it is Will. So pretty much nothing between them after the stops. This the 1 car and the 2 car battling for second and third places. We're watching at the moment. Johnny Skidmore is off down the road. We've just seen a mistake there from the 1 car of... no, sorry, that was the 2 car of Will Skidmore. I believe that was on his roof. So Lee Martin looks a bit more comfortable in second place now. Let's just check that when they come past us. Make sure that the gap looks a bit larger than it did. Yep, gap definitely bigger. Right, let's go back and find the number 3 car then of our leader as we come up to about 4 minutes of this semi-B remaining. So he's leading by 11 seconds. So there goes Sloppy, so he should be round relatively shortly. There we go, that is our 3 car that's just come past us, so he's heading out towards the main straight now. Johnny Skidmore. Lead of somewhere in the region of 12 seconds. Living up to his billing here as the 2021 BRCA National Champion at Nemo Raceway. This round 5 of the series. Johnny already having done enough at previous rounds to seal the title. Great feeling that. The pressure's completely off. He can do what he likes. And you can see he's driving with absolutely no restraint at all. Car's doing exactly what he wants it to do. He's got such confidence in the car. Lead of 12.5 seconds. We have got about 2.5 minutes left here of this Semi-B at Nemo Raceway. Semi-A coming next, and then we have got the main final. Just seen out the back of shot Lee Martin get a little bit tangled up. I don't think it's cost him second place, but it's allowed Will Skidmore to close in. We've got about 1 minute 40 of this final remaining here at Nemo. Still running with the number 3 car of Johnny Skidmore. Leading this one pretty comfortably. Looking really calm, really in control, really smooth out there on track. Just over a minute of this final remaining. Only a few more laps for these drivers. Current top 4, John Skidmore, Lee Martin, Will Skidmore, Graham Allsop. Simon Willits in fairly close attendance with Graham Allsop. Jamie Clancy floating around that area too. Johnny coming in to put a lap onto Graham Allsop. With less than 30 seconds to go. So our leader looking to lap our 4th place man here at Nemo. Before we move in for the penultimate race of the day. So this is the B semi, we have the A semi to come up, and then we have got the main final here from Nemo. Johnny Skidmore looking pretty comfortable out there. This is the final lap. Makes a mistake, but it doesn't really matter. Recovered by a marshal. Onto his final lap. Johnny going to take this one, looks like, from Lee Martin and Will Skidmore. Comfortably getting themselves into the main final. That will be their target. Johnny Skidmore takes the win in the Semi-B then, from Lee Martin, Will Skidmore and Graham Allsop. Final results, subject to scrutineering. Johnny Skidmore takes that from Lee Martin, Will Skidmore, Graham Allsop, Simon Willits, Jamie Clancy, Callum Niblett, John Hazelwood, Dylan Saunders, Dave Gibson, Michael Lewis, Dave Bailey, John Spencer and Elliot Taylor. Drivers getting the instructions to kill their engines. Just waiting for silence to descend as everybody filters back into the pits as we get set for the 8th. So semi-A coming up very shortly.
I don't know why. I just something about more residents. We was more resident.
Well, we've watched Robert for years, haven't we? He's such a consistent racer. He's so talented. He's a great communicator as well. It's always great to have interviews with Robert, and he speaks for RC really nicely as well. So I think Robert's a great representative for RC as well. Yes, his favourite name.
I think in general people, RC community have to realize that if let's say, I don't want to say, I don't know if my words sounds a little bit hard, but the RC community have to realize that EFRA is pushing for the new era. So I think everybody has to be aware of that, and EFRA wants to be more. But industry, drivers, organizers, federation have to realize that. So, well, I think 2022 could be quite amazing. And people like Robert, people like other top drivers have to understand that it's time.
No, it's good. It's all good. No, that's live. So they're
Very good.
It's not just next year. We are actually going to welcome some new
It's
EFRA
like the inside
ambassadors.
is
We're not revealing
Yeah.
who they are, but in the next
it's great
few
fun
weeks,
getting that through customs when you go to Europe.
it's very exciting.
But yeah, essentially that's a PC within a case that you can.
And then so you can put them on it. So
Well, the monitor's in it, so you just plug into a power supply, or plug in your power supply, and it's done.
it's like a jumped up laptop.
Yeah, but it's you've got all of the connections that we need for camera inputs and everything. So it's just everything's integrated, all the boards and everything into one case. But yeah, you get some funny looks taking it through customs, as you can imagine. But,
In your suitcase, please, sir.
yes.
Well, you wouldn't ask me to take my laptop apart.
No, but that's what it is. I mean, it looks a little bit suspect.
Yeah.
But how you found it today?
That's great. Sort of. The track's brilliant. The facility's brilliant. But I was weather assisted in qualifying. I got 20th in the last round.
Oh, because it rained. Yeah.
But yeah, I was worse in the 16th.
I mean, you could see it. It went all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, I was watching it with Craig, and everybody had traction, and then a couple of drops in the air, and it just turned into an oil slick, and it just went. And it's a great feeling when you've just had your run, and it does that.
Plus, I've done a good one.
Yeah, you do a clean run, and you're out there marshalling, and you go, come on, bring it. So, no, it's good fun. So,
He's going to do a bit more of this next season. Is that kind of the plan?
I think so. We need to figure out a plan of exactly how it works, but it seems to work quite well. I mean, what are they at the moment? That's the 5th scale up in Lincolnshire somewhere that they're running, and they've been cut into Switzerland and whatever. So I think when you're trying to fill something like a whole day, it's quite difficult to keep new stuff to talk about and everything. So this actually works quite well, cutting to various places.
It's really good.
To cut into it.
And is EFRA paying for it?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
And that's even better.
Yeah. So yeah, they're covering everything for that as a trial. So
It's not really the money, but it's about them making a commitment to try and promote the sport. That's
Yeah.
what's important.
yeah. So I think obviously at the moment it's BRCA stuff because we're based here and it's
Yeah.
sort of local stuff. we might make it a tweak to it. I'm going to suggest for next week actually that the studio might be worth them coming down to Bedworth, because it's only 20 minutes, half an hour from them. It might actually work better if the studio is at one of the tracks where you can get people in a more constant flow of people.
And Nick's brilliant with doing the pit walks and all that sort of stuff. He's particularly brilliant for non-race people when he's doing that, because he's a bit more generic. Some race people probably find it annoying, but that doesn't matter. That's not what's important.
It's I've always felt like that I'm a sort of main commentator. I'm not necessarily great. It kind of works for like the more nerdy classes, like the on-road stuff. That kind of works and kind of appeals to people. But some of the more generic stuff, it doesn't. So you kind of fit in better as almost like as a colour commentator. Almost. But yeah, it's one of those things. Obviously, it's all hands to the pump at the minute. So yeah, but no, it's good. So works quite well. So, do you want any water? No. No.
Do you want a bag of crisps?
No.
I have a big bag of them over there in the car if you want some.
No, I'm good, thanks. I've just keeping ourselves, keeping yourself topped up at water. You drink a lot of water. I think the worst one was, you ever been to the Huddy Arena?
I haven't been to the Huddy Arena. It's one I really want to go to.
Did a touring car Euros there, and it was I think it was in like right at the end of July, and it was about 40 degrees. And on the day, I think we drank 9 litres of water, stood up there on the balcony and didn't go to the toilet once. And it was just like, where's all of that gone? You just sweated it out, yeah? It's mad, it was crazy. No, it's good. So it's good to see. No, they're, this is what we're filming, this is what Zach's got on screen. That's what's going on live. That's my timing.
Right.
Which is running a little bit behind, so.
Bradley. Well, I better go and watch it.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Catch you later. Neil Cragg leading away then this semi-A from Darren Bloomfield. Elliot Boots running in 3rd, Jamie Hall 4th, Tommy Hall 5th, Kevin Brunston, Darren Haydenbull, Dom Nunn, James Lepeveau, Freddie Thompson, Ash Owen, Simon Reeves, Bradley Baird, Josh Graham. Running order here from Nemo Raceway. Looking at the familiar colours of Neil Cragg. Leading off down the main straight. Not entirely convinced by the yellow wheels with Neil Cragg's colour scheme, but there you go. Neil Cragg taking a couple of the qualifying rounds yesterday. Darren Bloomfield taking another, so this the faster of the 2 qualifying rounds. Or the faster of the 2, this is the even odd side, sorry, so this is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, etc. Neil Cragg, RTQ man, leading by just under a second from Darren Bloomfield. Looks like more than a second now. Neil Cragg down the main straight once more. Let's drop back 1 car, because that's the battle going on between Darren Bloomfield, Elliot Boots and Jamie Hall. This great battle going on between these 3 cars at the moment. Jamie Hall pops up into 2nd place. Neil Cragg away nicely. Jamie Hall, Darren Bloomfield getting away. Elliot Boots looks like he's dropped back a little bit. Jamie Hall then trying to fend off Darren Bloomfield. Close battle for second going on at the minute. Really close battle for second going on here at Nemo Raceway. We have got around 14.5 minutes of this semi-A remaining. The penultimate race of the weekend here at Nemo Raceway. Running order 1 from 4, from 2 from 5. Neil Cragg from Jamie Hall, Darren Bloomfield, Tommy Hall. Battle we're watching on screen at the moment is Jamie Hall from Darren Bloomfield. Neil Cragg has checked out at the front of the field. Small mistake there for Elliot Boots, was 5th. I think he's maintained 5th, but it's dropped him back a little bit further down the field. Well, a bit further away from the lead. Neil Cragg leading now by around 4.8 seconds from Darren Bloomfield. Jamie Hall around 1.2 seconds further back. These guys working collaboratively as a team. Neil Cragg, Darren Bloomfield, Jamie Hall, Tommy Hall, all associated drivers. Running in the top 4 positions at the moment here at Nemo Raceway. The semi-A final. About 13.5 minutes of the final remaining. Got the 4 car on screen at the moment of Jamie Hall. Darren Bloomfield running in 3rd place, Tommy Hall in 4th. Let's see if we can find the 5 car of Tommy Hall. He'll be the car just coming out onto the main straight now, I believe. Just heading for the pits. Believe that's going to be him. We'll confirm. We'll follow him anyway. See there, that's why your pit man's looking for a nice, clean entry and exit into the pits. Just about got away with that with no one else running into him. And we'll confirm what car this is. I believe it's the 5 car of Tommy Hall. We're following on screen. But just going to confirm that as he heads towards us. And it is the 5 car. So we had correctly picked up Tommy there. Going nicely at the front. Neil Cragg still leading this semi-A final with around 11 minutes remaining. Neil Cragg leads from Jamie Hall, Darren Bloomfield and Tommy Hall. Let's see if we can find the number 1 car of Neil Cragg. Just pick him up as when he comes past us. Be a little while yet. Quite a distinctive colour scheme on Neil Cragg's car. He's helped us out by running yellow wheels, even if they do look a little dubious. Here comes Neil now, the number 1 car, just cutting through some traffic. Carves past on the inside. And heading away down the main straight once more. So this is Neil Cragg, our leader that we're running with. 8.5 seconds down the road from Jamie Hall. Darren Bloomfield running in 3rd, Tommy Hall 4th. Elliot Boots maintaining 5th at the moment. Halfway into this final, Neil Cragg we're running with, still leading. Jamie Hall running in second. Darren Bloomfield third. Tommy Hall fourth. Neil Cragg looking really clean out there. I think that's Kevin Brunsden. He's just coming up to put a lap on. It's not Kevin, but whoever it is gets out of his way and takes it as an opportunity to pit. Neil Cragg putting his many years of experience to use. Looking very calm out there, very controlled. Looking to see what else is going on. Jamie Hall and Darren Bloomfield coming back together again. So let's find the 4 and the 2. There'll be next set of cars back, I think. Well, there's the 2 car that's just gone past us. So that's coming out onto the main. In fact, they've separated out a little bit. Let's just pick up the car going out onto the main straight now. First of those, let's just check that. I think that might be Tommy, the 5 car. So let's run with him. See whereabouts he's going to pop out. Currently running in 4th place. That'll do nicely. Both the Hall brothers running in top 4, so we've had 2 Skidmores into the main final. Looks like we may well get 2 Hall brothers in there as well. So joining us here at the Nemo Raceway, we are midway through the Semi-A here at round 5 of the 1/8 Rallycross Nationals. Coming up to the 7-minute mark remaining for these finals. See Neil Cragg go over in front of us. Doesn't really cost him anything. Let's pick up the 2 car that's just gone past us now. It's Darren Bloomfield as he heads out towards the main straight. So he's the 2nd of the cars just onto the main straight now. There we go, that's Darren Bloomfield we're running with. Darren's come back this season. Some 17 seconds behind Neil Cragg, so great position. Nice little wheelie pop there from Darren Bloomfield as he comes into the pits. Refueled and gone. Neil Cragg still leading this one as we come up towards 5.5 minutes remaining of the Semi-A. Darren Bloomfield, Tommy Hall, Jamie Hall occupying the remaining top 4 positions. Elliot Boots currently running 5th, Kevin Brunsden 6th. Be looking to make it through into the main final. It's going to be coming up in a little bit. Looks like Elliot Boots has got himself in front of Jamie Hall. So let's see if we can find Elliot Boots. He's an all orange coloured car. I think it's fluoro red. There we go, the number 3 car that's just come past us. This is the car of Elliot Boots as he heads out towards onto the main straight. Elliot Boots currently running in 4th position, carving his way through some traffic. All of these drivers super experienced. Had plenty of running here at Nemo over the past few years. Elliot still running in 4th position as we're watching at the moment. Neil Cragg leading this one with just over 3.5 minutes remaining. Neil Cragg leads from Darren Bloomfield, Tommy Hall, Elliot Boots, who we're running with at the moment. In fact, Elliot up into 3rd position now. I think that might be Elliot not having stopped. Let's just double check. Not sure that Elliot has stopped for a second time. Well, I certainly haven't seen him stop for a second time. However, he's gone fast. He's got just over 3 minutes remaining, so bit of a splash and dash if he is going to come in. Still running with Elliot Boots at the moment. Oh, and Elliot pops his car on its roof. Let's just see if he dives for the pits this lap. He doesn't, so we probably missed his stop then. There's, what, 2.5 minutes remaining? So I think we've missed Elliot's second stop somewhere, but Neil Cragg leading this one from Darren Bloomfield. Elliot Boots in 3rd. Tommy Hall 4th, Jamie Hall 5th. In fact, Tommy Hall's back in front of Elliot. So that little roofy moment from Elliot cost him slightly. Neil Cragg looking pretty comfortable out front though. Last lap 38.08. Neil Cragg's average lap is a 39.46. It wasn't long ago that we were surprised to see anybody doing a fastest lap under 40 seconds. Neil's gone and done a whole race of it with just under 2 minutes remaining of this semi-A final. Neil Cragg still leading. Let's see if we can spot him out there, the number 1 car. We can follow him home. Again, fairly distinctive with the yellow wheels. That's him just come past us now. Neil Cragg looking super controlled out there, super calm and composed. 1 minute of this semi-B remaining. Then we only have the main final to go. Watching Neil Cragg cruising home. His average lap is dropping and dropping and dropping. It's now 39.36. 38.14 his last lap. He's still going away from the rest of the field. Fastest lap 38.02 on lap 27 from Neil Cragg. So it's actually looking like at the moment the first final, the first of the semis might have been slightly faster. 31:20 in 17 was Johnny Skidmore. Neil Cragg 30 in 19:39. So what's that going to be? 20, 35. Oh, it's going to be close, but I think Johnny Skidmore's just about going to take it. I think Johnny Skidmore, when this refreshes, Johnny Skidmore has taken it. So Johnny Skidmore will be on pole for the main final. Takes it from Neil by 1.1 seconds there, right at the end. So very, very close there. So going to go for a bit of a gap now, I think, before the main final. So, of course, everybody's got to go into scrutineering before we can have the cars out for the main. So everybody got to pass scrutineering, so there'll be a little bit of downtime.
Fantastic. Should we get a quick blast of Frank before we go to Miguel?
Yes, because they're still faffing about in Spain. Don't worry, we are watching the Spanish action. You won't miss anything. They're still doing the prep, and they don't think they should.
I wonder if we could put. I wonder. Now, this could be bad asking this, but if we could put. I know. Like, they're sighing in my ears. Yeah. I wonder if we could put Spain
in the
place
inset.
Of us.
Yeah.
This picture.
Inset Spain. Big picture Frank.
So people know they're not missing anything.
Give lots of Frank
but
up.
They see Frank and hear Frank. No. Or maybe that's an intermediary step, which is fine.
It's coming.
It's coming.
You ask for the world, don't you?
Can you make a cup of tea while you're at it? Please?
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, and
put the kettle on.
Yeah. And a lovely hat, which I can get into.
Here we go.
Hey! Oh, they're on warm up. They're on warm up. Okay,
warm-up.
so a couple minutes to the minute. They're on warm up with Frank at above. Marvelous.
Let's listen to Frank for a few minutes before the Spanish race starts.
No need to push things too hard, like David did just then, I think. Got the tail end of that crash. So as long as David keeps it ahead of Simon, hitting that car tire pole. There's a big metal or wooden pole amongst all those cart tires. These two could just drive it easy, take the easy first and second place, and get a decent not last place. Oh, come on. That's not driving easy. So David's lost first position there, but it's okay. He's still second. He's way, way ahead of Sophie in third. Kind of a messy race from a few of the participants here. So let's go to our current leader. Black car with the kind of wild pizza cutter front wheels. That's Simon Gordon.
You okay for? Do you want water or anything?
Marshals are going to have to fix that banner before the next
Yeah, I'm
race.
fine.
So
Yeah,
that's definitely good.
I'm obviously watching it live, so it's like, oh, I don't really need to do anything until they cut back to us, particularly. So the only thing, I mean, we're running on a little bit of a delay, so it would be silent for a little bit, but that's fine. So they're just obviously they've just had the semi. So they've had both semis now, so they've got to have a bit of downtime before the main final, so that everybody can get through scrutiny hearing. From that last one, normally all the way up through it, because it's Christmas tree stuff. They'll have, when one runs, they'll be able to scrutiny it whilst the other side of it's going on, which is fine till you get to the last one where you have to have that gap.
Well, that's a shame, isn't it? That's a shame. But I'm saying that, it might be, this is actually the second one.
Nope.
That's the joy of being
No, none of that.
It just stalled.
It's like
And
going
came out during a walkabout.
in the inset, we can see what's going on in the large-scale national round. We obviously have a plethora of finals to show you. We have this final. We also have the final from Nemo, and the 3 finals from Lincolnshire. All of them will be shown, though we'll probably be showing the Lincolnshire ones on sort of a live delay. So don't worry if you're a Lincolnshire fan, you will see them as live, because due to technical
25 minutes to warm up. So if you want to break. Go and empty tanks before the final.
Can we have Matt Box, Steve Shakespeare, Lewis Millman, Andy Conroy, Richard Mackenzie, to race control, please. So that's Richard Mackenzie, Steve Shakespeare, Lewis Millman, and Andy Conroy, Matt Box. Race control, and please. Thank you.
Okay, just for those in the main final, race order will be 1, Jonathan Skidmore, 2, Neil Cragg, 3, Darren Bloomfield, 4, Lee Martin, 5, Tommy Hall, 6, William Skidmore, 7, Elliot Boots, 8, Graham Alsop, 9, Kevin Rutherford, 10, Jamie Hall, 11, Simon Willis, 12, James Clancy, 13, James Victor, 14, Harry Hibbert.
What, set up down here?
Yeah, you walked by. It was while one of the races was going on, so only out the corner of my eye I could see the lens. I'm like, fucking hell, that's a bad lens. It's like proper cinema zoom.
Meanwhile, your lens is like your lens covers like a party cup. Let's say. Well, we've got some gaffer tape and we've got some tie wraps, so we can.
Yeah, I came through the lens with that.
Yeah, so I don't think the final's going to start till about 10 past. By the time they've done the warm up and 10 to. So got back. They'll start the or they'll do the driver announcements, which are like sponsored by Visa, Mastercard.
What are they sponsored by?
Well, these guys, the top guys, I think pretty much everybody in this final supported by somebody. By one of the manufacturers. Most of them. There's not a few. I mean, a couple of them kind of full-time racers. They typically have token jobs for the manufacturers in their R&D department on paper.
Yeah, I recognise boots.
Yeah, so they'll do stuff like that. So on paper, they'll work for like Elliot will work for S-Works and a few other people that'll be paid a retainer by them, which goes towards a complete salary, and he'll do stuff like outside of race meetings. He'll do providing technical assistance, doing tutorial video stuff like that. For people. Lee Martin works for Nemo, who own this place.
Oh, does he? Okay.
So,
It's always confusing, so I meant to the video for CGP, Lee Martin in it when he was in Infinity.
yeah.
And every time I say to David about it, like, do you want to see it? Do you want it out? Here's the voice, how many more? It's changed.
Yeah.
If you wanted to rent that camera gear and that lens, you'd probably be looking at $1,000 a day.
I think I know who the guy. I think it's the guy with Netflix, because they were doing some stuff down at. They've been doing some stuff with the King of Clubs series, and they're putting together a whole series or a whole following stuff around for a year. Various race meetings.
Are they following or just doing?
Following various RC races and stuff, they're gonna put it all into. It'll be something like Drive to Survive, I would have guessed, but into it. So they have been at a few meetings filming stuff. So given, I mean, that's clearly pro equipment.
It is. Yeah. Like the camera's kind of got to level. Like, it makes sense for that camera. But the lens, like, that genuinely is like £30,000 a lens.
Yeah. Whereas we're wandering around with a Pelly case that looks like a bomb. So I figured out. I've remembered the place where we got the. I'll fire the link over in the group chat later. Where we got the gazebos, or like the associated gazebos over there. When I worked at CML on bulldozing from a place in China, they're pretty cheap. They're about 400. It was pretty. The only problem is it's in China, so you provide them with the artwork, but then you've got to get them from China to. It wasn't too much of an issue for us because a lot of the products came in from China, so it was just having to ship don't. I mean, part of it is I think we kind of need to maybe develop almost like a rider, like a checklist of stuff that is like we send to them before we get there, and it's like, look, what we want is table, lanes, etc. And sort of so that they kind of know what we need when we get there, so that when we rock up, it's all there. I mean, it's not too bad here it's not too bad in the UK, where certainly at meetings where you kind of there's always someone around at anything that I'm at that I know, so I can sort of wander up to someone in the pit and go, oh, can I borrow a set of wire cutters? Can I borrow a set of that? But wire cutters are probably a good point for stuff. We should have a set. You feel a bit of a twat going up to someone at the end of it. We've got some wire cutters to cut the.
Do we have anything?
No, for cutting the tyre wraps.
Oh, probably a scissors or something.
I don't think there's anything, and it's kind of, you feel like a bit of a brick and stuff like that. So I think there's probably scope for like a very small toolbox of just a flat blade Phillips screwdriver and that sort of stuff. Usual stuff that we could probably benefit from having in there without breaking the bank, and without making a huge having a huge issue. I just thought anyway.
Just hold on a minute. I want to see if I can make friends with our Netflix cameraman. See if we can get.
Yeah, I think it's Netflix, but yeah, go and have a chat with him.
As they say, going white as they get down, settle down.
Big orange wheels. As you can see, just ahead of him is Darren. Just ahead of him is Martin. They're still in the same position. His mid dog is going to try and get second now, so he has a bit of a buffer between himself and Kaylee. Because Kaylee's certainly going to catch up once again. Darren already wants it down to the ground.
At Victorian Plumbing, we think it's our job.
Okay, can we have the drivers to the rostrum, please, for the call-up? Kevin, can you use your microphone so they can hear in the picking area, please? Just call the drivers to the bottom of the rostrum.
Okay, so can we have all the drivers to the A final to the bottom of the rostrum steps now, please, for the call-up. Thank you. Also, don't forget, after the final, we will be having a presentation for the top three in the top two, as always do at the end of the series. So there'll be a presentation for the top three national, top three clubman, top three junior, and top three veteran. Okay, Okay, right. So, car 1, Jonathan Skidmore, driving Lincoln and powered by block engines. Car 2, Neil Fagg, driving for Associated, powered by and car 3, Darren Bloomfield, driving for Associated, powered by block engines. Car 4, Lee Martin, driving for Ghana, powered
Okay,
by
you find him.
Yep.
And
Not doing Netflix for these guys. He's doing some kind of documentary stuff. He does some Netflix for his own TV
Oh, okay.
company. Yeah, made friends.
cool.
Nice camera. Nice lens.
Something useful for a useful contact. Or?
Yeah, definitely. It's weird. Any filmy stuff, it's just get working.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good.
Jump on my little box.
Yeah. Get back in your box.
Associated, powered by OS engines. Car 13, James Leprovo, driving for S-Works, powered by Red's engines. And Callum Midland, driving for S-Works, using Elacy tube engines. Okay, just a reminder that cars 3 to 14 need to provide a marshal, okay? So marshals 5 to 14 as they're there. There is also point 3 and point 4 out on the track now. So we're on with marshal point 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. So you drivers need to provide a marshal, please. And then John Hazelwood, we're going to start the engines now, but just leave them running in the pit lane so they get a good warm up and we'll come round and give you a shout. Okay, so you can start the engines.
Engine's about to be fired up here at Nemo. Warm-up will commence very, very shortly. Johnny Skidmore starting from pole. Neil Cragg starting second. Everybody set to be released from the pit lane. Just waiting for a marshal to cover point 10. Looking for a volunteer out there to marshal. Once they get that, we'll be able to start. Okay, Marshall just heading out onto the circuit now to cover point 10. Just allowed the cars to be released from pit lane. 2-minute warm-up. Johnny Skidmore then will be starting from pole position. Neil Cragg starting second. Right, Darren Bloomfield will be P3 man. One minute of warm-up here at Nemo remaining. 1 minute of warm-up for the main final at Nemo remaining. Cars being called back into the pits here at Nemo. Mechanics being called to the start line at Nemo for the beginning of the main final. Johnny Skidmore on pole. Johnny Skidmore being set down on pole position. Neil Cragg from second. Darren Bloomfield starting in third. Johnny Skidmore gets away cleanly at the front of that one. Neil Cragg giving chase. Just watching the cars head through the infield for the first time. Johnny Skidmore's going to want to make an early break. Neil Cragg's going to want to go with him. Been running in separate. Small mistake there from Johnny. Gets the car up on two wheels. Johnny still leading from Neil as they come around on lap one. Bloomfield holding third, Lee Martin in fourth. Johnny Skidmore from Neil Cragg, Darren Bloomfield, Lee Martin. 45-minute long main final here at Nemo Raceway. We're running with, at the moment, we're watching Johnny Skidmore leading out in front from Neil Cragg. Neil all over the back of Johnny, trying to find his way through. Fire through the infield, very, very close. There was 1.1 seconds between these two guys on their 20-minute semi-final run. Hardly anything at all. Neil doing all he can to find his way past Johnny as they come out onto the main straight once more. These two already pulling away from Bloomfield very, very slightly. Just going away, doing what they can. Really, really close out in front. Bloomfield actually looks like he's transversed the gap between them. And that has to check right up there to avoid running in the back of Neil Cragg. So Johnny Skidmore leading from Neil Cragg. Darren Bloomfield going with him. Top three have made a bit of a break. Lee Martin currently holding 4th place. Skidmore still leads down the main straight. Cragg pulls a slight wheelie as he just catches the hose coming out onto the straight. Little back off the throttle, gets the nose down. Doesn't really cost him. Skidmore still leads from Cragg, from Bloomfield. Firing through the infield once more. Little bit of airtime. Cragg looks like he might have a bit of an advantage if he can find his way through. Looking everywhere to try and find his way past Skidmore. Cragg, very clean driver. Oh, small mistake there from Skidmore. That's all that it needed. Just popped 2 wheels up on the hose. Flicked his car up. That was all the invitation that Neil Cragg needed. So Neil Cragg now leading this one from Johnny Skidmore. Let's see if Neil can make a break for it. Or let's see if Johnny goes with him. Looked very, very close between these two on the opening laps. We are just coming up towards the 3-minute mark of this 45-minute long main final here from Nemo Raceway. Small mistake there from Neil Cragg. So we've now got Johnny back in front. Johnny Skidmore leads from Neil Cragg. Darren Bloomfield running in 3rd. Super close between these guys. Elliot Boots now up into 4th place and chasing hard. Elliot Boots right in the mix as well. And Elliot is now, I believe, is that Elliot out in 2nd now? Let's just see as they come round. Neil Cragg is leading. And, yep, that looks like Elliot's car in 2nd place. So Elliot Boots up to 2nd. Bloomfield is 3rd. Johnny Skidmore down to 4th. No, that's not Johnny Skidmore, sorry, that's Lee Martin. So Johnny Skidmore getting involved in a bit of a tangle there, dropping down the field. He's running in 3rd place currently. Neil Cragg leads from Elliot Boots, Johnny Skidmore, Darren Bloomfield, Lee Martin. Top 5. They're the Neil Cragg, Elliot Boots, Darren Bloomfield, Lee Martin. Johnny Skidmore down to 5th. Neil Cragg's lead is just under 0.4 of a second from Elliot Boots. Running with Neil Cragg at the moment. Elliot Boots, the all-orange car, in shot just behind him. Darren Bloomfield running 3rd, Lee Martin 4th. A fired-up Johnny Skidmore will be coming back at Lee Martin. Running order 2-7-3-4-1 at the moment. So that's Neil Cragg leading from Elliot Boots, Darren Bloomfield, Lee Martin, Johnny Skidmore. Running with Neil Cragg at the moment. We are around 5 minutes 20 into this final here at Nemo Raceway. Just saw Elliot Boots disappearing through the back of your shot. Let's stick with... Oh, small mistake there from Neil. Gets away with it. Let's run with Neil till the first round of stops. Then we'll go back and pick up the chaser. Whoever that happens to be at the time. Currently Elliot Boots. Neil still leading this one from Elliot Boots. And then there's a gaggle of cars behind him. Looks like Lee Martin's up to 3rd now. Johnny Skidmore up into 4th. Darren Bloomfield dropped back to 5th. Oh, there's a mistake there from Lee Martin, so that's promoted Skidmore back up into 3rd. That's happening off shot in the back of, just out of the back of things. Cragg still leading. Like I said, we'll stick with him till the first round of stops, which should start really within the next couple of laps. We're just coming up towards 7 minutes. Gap 2.2 seconds between Cragg and Boots. These two had many, many battles over the years. Neil Cragg heading out towards the main straight one more time. Doesn't pit this time round. Just over 7 minute mark now, so it's got to be within the next couple of laps. I'm expecting to see Neil dive into the pits. Boots still giving chase, so he's not pitted either. Still running with Cragg as he comes underneath us. Neil Cragg leading. Drops through the bomb hole, out towards the main straight once more. Here we go, Neil Cragg pits. Let's see if Elliott Boots follows him in. Elliott Boots does follow him in. So Neil Cragg has pitted, Elliott Boots has pitted. Neil is released, Elliott is released right into the path of, trying to see who that was. Was that Skidmore? No, it wasn't Skidmore, I think it was one of the Hall brothers he was released into the path of. Could have been Darren Bloomfield. Cragg maintains the lead then from, or in fact I think Skidmore might have gone through into the lead temporarily. Let's move one car back to Elliott Boots, the orange coloured car. There we go. So this is our P2 man, Elliott Boots, or will be net P2 man. He is still P2 man. Neil Cragg trying to get away from Elliott Boots. Doing it all that he can. That was just Neil disappearing out the front of your shot. We're running with second place man Elliott Boots. Elliott Boots makes a small mistake coming out onto the main straight. Johnny Skidmore given a sniff. Johnny will be fired up after that earlier incident. So Johnny will be trying. You just see him flash into the back of shot there as we run with Elliott Boots running in second place in this main final from Nemo Raceway at the moment. Neil Cragg leads, Elliott Boots second, Johnny Skidmore third, Darren Bloomfield holding fourth, Tommy Hall is fifth currently. Heading in towards the 10-minute mark of this 45-minute long main final. This the last race of the BRCA National Series for 2021. Johnny Skidmore already confirmed as the series champion. Elliott now behind Skidmore. So let's move forward one car from Elliott. So this is Johnny Skidmore, our pole man, who makes a very small mistake actually coming out onto the main straight. Johnny Skidmore, our 2021 BRCA National Rallycross champion. Title already confirmed at the last round of the series. Now in second place, trying to chase down Neil Cragg. Gap was 4.93 seconds last time around. Cragg's just gone over on his roof, landed back on his wheels. Let's see what the gap is this time around as they come across the line. It will take a little while to update, just so that we can check as we come in towards the 11-minute mark. Skidmore's going to have seen that out of the corner of his eye. He's going to smell blood. Let's see what the update brings us when it comes through. 3.74 seconds. Cost Neil Cragg about 1 second, that mistake, going over. got away with it, but could do without too many more of them. Running with second place man Johnny Skidmore at the moment. Here at Nemo Raceway. Running order currently 2 from 1 from 3 from 7, 5 and 4. Neil Cragg from Johnny Skidmore, Darren Bloomfield, Elliot Boots, Tommy Hall, Lee Martin. Neil Cragg, TQ man, took pole position for the semi-finals earlier. Johnny Skidmore set the fastest time in the first of the 2 semis. 1.1 seconds between them over 20 minutes. So this huge battle going on between these two. Neil Cragg does the fastest lap of the final. Last time round, 37.82. Pulls the gap up to 4.25 seconds over Johnny Skidmore. We're running with Johnny at the moment still. Neil Cragg somewhere out of the front of shot. Just extending his gap very, very slightly. Cragg keeps making these very small mistakes. I've just seen him as he's come past me into that corner there that Skidmore's just gone into. Just had the car crossed up in a kind of half Scandinavian flick. Just dropped backwards a little bit. Drop back towards Johnny. Johnny's going to keep seeing that. So Neil Cragg, he's done the absolute fastest lap outright. He's done a fastest lap 4 tenths faster than Johnny Skidmore. But it could be, he's taking some risks. He's trying really, really hard to extract that pace from the car. Neil Cragg just coming underneath us now. Let's pick up Neil's car again as he comes past us now. There we go, that's our leader, the 2 car of Neil Cragg. Johnny Skidmore's just gone past us now. So there you go, you've just seen as Neil Cragg entered the main straight and disappeared off down the main straight, you just saw heading back out onto the straight, or heading back towards the main straight, Johnny Skidmore. That was the gap between them, and that's a valuable tool as a racer. You start in your mind judging the size of the gap, where you're passing someone, where you're crossing over against someone else on the track. Neil Cragg still leading this one from Johnny Skidmore. He'll be measuring that one each time he goes past that point. In his mind, he'll know where Johnny's car is as he crosses that, and so will Johnny. Johnny will notice that too. And this time round, Johnny's going to notice that he's very slightly closer. But Johnny, in his haste, makes a very tiny mistake coming onto the main straight. It's not much. It's just 2 wheels up in the air, a little bit too much hose. It just meant he couldn't get the power down. All of that work that he spent the last couple of laps doing and gaining very, very slightly and getting that gap down from 4.2 seconds to 3.2, he's just lost it again. So all of that work. So Neil and Johnny both going hammer and tongs at this, and both of them pushing each other into tiny, tiny mistakes. To most people, they wouldn't be classed as mistakes, as errors. But Neil pits for the second time. Johnny follows him into the pits. Mick Cragg being a little bit more circumspect with the pits. I heard something about car 2 pitman just having a bit of a warning last time while they were in. I don't know exactly what it was for. He certainly hasn't had to stop go for it, but there was some minor transgression there, I believe, with it. Still watching Neil Cragg leading this one. Let's see what his gap is now. This time round. It was 3.5 seconds before they headed for the pits. It's going to be something pretty similar now. If anything, I'd say it's probably just under 3 seconds. So Skidmore and Cragg going away at the front of this field. Darren Bloomfield having an extremely lonely race. Feel a bit sorry for him in 3rd place. He's watched 2 people disappearing into the distance. He's watched the rest of the field disappear behind him. And he's out for a lonely, lonely Sunday afternoon drive. Neil Cragg leading this one. We're running with Neil at the moment, leading from Johnny Skidmore. 2.88 seconds. I said we thought it was just going to be under 3. Cragg on 2 wheels. It's the 12 car, that's Jamie Clancy. So Cragg's lapped him. In fact, Cragg's got 2 bits of traffic in between him and Skidmore. Was 2.88 seconds. Let's see what the gap is this time round. Still running with Cragg. He's got to be careful through this. Well, everybody's got to be careful coming through this traffic. The traffic are going to know who it is. Very distinctive colour scheme on Neil Cragg's car. He just needs to keep this one clean. How long in this final are we? We are about 17 minutes in, so we're just over 1/3 distance of this 45-minute final, turning into a bit of an epic final. Last lap round from Neil Cragg, 37.73. I think that's the first time we've seen someone go sub 37. No, Johnny Skidmore had already done gone sub 37. He'd done a 37.82. So Neil Cragg, having done the new fastest lap so far, 3.6 seconds the lead, 3.7 seconds the lead. Really, really close between the front two here at Nemo. Neil Cragg over on his roof, lands back on his wheels, but that's going to have given Skidmore a sniff. Where's Skidmore? He wasn't one car behind. Oh, Cragg's got tangled up with someone else. Who was that? The gap's come right down now. So that gap, as they come out onto the main straight, that car that you saw entering the main straight immediately behind Cragg, and we'll see in the back of your shot, that is, there we go, just in the back of your shot, that is Johnny Skidmore. Neil Cragg, Johnny Skidmore. On the computer, it's showing as 3.76 seconds. It's nowhere near 3.76 seconds at the moment. Neil Cragg, Johnny Skidmore delivering an epic final between them. Meanwhile, there's all this chaos going on around them. 1.68 seconds. There's a car there, car 14. Who was that? That's Callum Nibbler. He gets out the way. Johnny Skidmore can smell blood now. Neil Cragg's got his internal monologues playing the Jaws music. Cragg still leading this one. There's Skidmore right behind him. Absolutely no let up between these two. Skidmore trying to get the lead back that he held earlier. Less than 1 second between them, much less than 1 second between them. Both easily in shot as they come past us now. Neil Cragg versus Johnny Skidmore. Epic, epic race here at Nemo Raceway. Cragg's over, Cragg's on his roof. Johnny Skidmore back to the lead. Johnny Skidmore now leads this final from Neil Cragg. Tiny, tiny mistake there from Cragg. Just put two wheels up on the hose. Car just rolled over, flipped over, landed back on his wheels. That was all Skidmore needed. All the invitation he needed just to jump right back to the front of the field. Johnny Skidmore leading by Neil Cragg by 0.8 of a second. That battling has allowed Darren Bloomfield to close in at the front of the pack. So Darren Bloomfield is currently 6.25 seconds behind. He's battling out at the front. I'm sure Darren Bloomfield's just sat there thinking, yeah, go on, boys, have at it. Keep fighting, this will do me. So there's still this really tight battle going on. We've seen Skidmore running in second for the majority of the final, applying some pressure. Cragg is throwing everything at this. He's on two wheels. Just seen him in the back of shot. Skidmore looking maybe a little bit more comfortable. Neil Cragg is throwing absolutely everything at this, trying desperately to get back. So current running order is 1 from 2 from 3. Johnny Skidmore from Neil Cragg from Darren Bloomfield. Will Skidmore trying to give his brother some support. He's running in 4th place at the moment. So we have Johnny Skidmore leading from Neil Cragg by about 2.5 seconds. Darren Bloomfield a further 5 seconds back from Neil. Skidmore having fought his way back down from 5th place, which is where he dropped to earlier on. Starting to edge away now from Cragg. But the gap is absolutely tiny in real terms. If you consider we've got around 25 minutes of this final remaining. Just under 25 minutes. It will be 24 minutes very shortly. Johnny Skidmore, 2.24 seconds from Neil Cragg. Cragg does another fastest lap last time round in his efforts to try and get it back. 37.62. That plays a 38.21 for Skidmore. Absolutely nothing in it. That's got to be so demoralising for Neil. He throws absolutely everything at it and takes half a car length out of Johnny. It's absolutely nothing. He's just got to attack as hard as he can, but at the same time, make zero mistakes. Still running with Johnny Skidmore out in front at the moment. Darren Bloomfield still only 7 seconds off the lead. Craig's cut. Craig has cut. So Craig has cut in second place. Neil Craig is, just seen it out of the back of shot, Neil Craig has suffered a cut just as he was heading towards the driver's rostrum. I thought that was taking, or not the driver's rostrum, sorry, the commentary tower. I thought that was taking quite a long time for him to come through. So that will be a much more comfortable lead now for Skidmore. It'll be something in the region of 8 seconds over Bloomfield, 7.26. Let's have a bit of a look at Bloomfield because, like we said earlier, he's been having a bit of a lonely race. Let's find him when he comes through. A little while till he comes through. He's a sort of bluey-whitey coloured car, the number 3 car. Let's pick him out. I think this is him coming towards us now. There he goes, the number 3 car. This is the now second place man of Darren Bloomfield. Keeping half an eye on where Johnny Skidmore is. Just make sure no disasters befall him. Cruel luck there for Neil. Involved in a bit of an epic battle out front. Johnny Skidmore, though, driving absolutely fantastically. Dropped down into 5th place early on. And then coming all the way back up into the lead. Very, very slight mistake from Neil coming out onto the main straight was all it took. We're over the halfway point of this final. 45-minute long final. We have got around 21 minutes remaining. Still running with Bloomfield in second place at the moment. Heading back towards us now. Excellent control in the air there. I think that might sadly be a retirement for Neil Craig. Skidmore still leading from Bloomfield. Will Skidmore up into 3rd place. So running order is 1 from 3 from 6. Lee Martin currently running in 4th place. Elliot Boots in 5th. Graham Alsop running in 6th place at the moment. Darren Bloomfield unleashes his fastest lap of the final last time round. Gap is down to 3.87 seconds between Skidmore and Bloomfield. We're running with Darren Bloomfield at the minute as he tries to chase down Johnny Skidmore. Skidmore counters with a 37.96. 38.14 last time round for Bloomfield. Skidmore just coming out onto the main straight now. Let's pick him up as he heads off down the main straight once more. There we go. That is our leader. Johnny Skidmore leading now by 4 seconds from Bloomfield. Will Skidmore 18 seconds off the lead currently. So that would put him around 14 seconds back. Just over 1/3 of a lap behind Darren Bloomfield. So front two, relatively comfortable, 4.91 seconds, just under 5 seconds now, the lead. What do we got? 19 minutes left. This our leader, Johnny Skidmore, we're running with. From Nemo Raceway as he heads out onto the main straight once more. Opens the throttle. Car looking really clean. He can relax very, very slightly. Not a huge amount. He's still got quite a lot of the final to run, but the one driver who's shown to have consistently similar pace to him all weekend Neil Cragg has dropped out of this final. Johnny Skidmore fires down the main straight once more. Lovely plume of smoke as he just gets on the throttle. So calm, so controlled out there. Room for a little whip. I've just heard someone come past. Sounds like they've lost an exhaust. Skidmore gets his gap up to 6 seconds now from Bloomfield. Just run with him till he decides to pit. Where are we? We've got about 17 and a half minutes of this final remaining. Still running with Johnny Skidmore, our leader. Darren Bloomfield running in second. Will Skidmore running in third position at the moment. Two Skidmore brothers in this final. Two Hall brothers as well. Jamie Hall currently running 8th. Tommy Hall currently running 10th. Johnny Skidmore running first. Will Skidmore running in third place. Oh, Bloomfield's just made a mistake in front of us. So that's dropped him. He's landed upside down in the catch fencing directly beneath us. Required a marshal to get him back on his wheels. He's back up and running with no problems, but that's going to cost him in terms of the gap. So Johnny Skidmore is now going to be leading by some 8 to 9 seconds, I would think. Just trying to spot if there's any other close battles going out on circuit. Johnny Skidmore now slightly... No, he hasn't checked out. Bloomfield not a million miles behind him. So Johnny making a bit of a mistake there. Dropping back very slightly into the clutches of Darren. That'll give Darren some hope. 3.24 seconds. The gap at the front between Johnny Skidmore, who we're running with, and Darren Bloomfield in second place. I'm not sure if I'm starting to feel a bit of moisture in the air here. It does look a little bit overcast. I mean, that would completely change the dynamics of the final if we were to get a rain shower. Johnny Skidmore still leading. Oh, I think we've had a retirement for the 6 car. So Will Skidmore's retired from third place. Just pulled up at the feet of a marshal next to us. So that's really unfortunate there for Will Skidmore. We're running with his brother, Johnny. Johnny still running in first place as he pits. Fuel in. Exits the pit lane. It wasn't particularly clean, that exit from the pits. His lead was 4.2 seconds, so should be absolutely fine. It didn't cost him that, but there's certainly opportunity for Darren to close in very, very slightly with a cleaner stop. Where are we now? We have got how long left? Just under 15 minutes, so we're 2/3 of the way into this final. Johnny Skidmore leading by about 2.5 seconds from Darren Bloomfield. Running in second. Lee Martin now promoted to third place. Elliot Boots up into fourth. James Lepavot up to fifth, having started 13th. Johnny Skidmore then leads from Darren Bloomfield and Lee Martin. Running with Skidmore as he cuts through some traffic. Just saw... In fact, we're running with Bloomfield at the moment as he's heading off down the main straight. 1.1 seconds the gap between Bloomfield and Skidmore. In fact, we've had a change at the top, so where's Johnny Skidmore gone? Darren Bloomfield is leading. Bloomfield was leading. Is that Lee Martin now leading? I believe it might be. I think Lee Martin has just gone into the lead. So Darren Bloomfield had the lead, and the leader is the white front, orange rear car down the main straight now. I believe that's Lee Martin now leading. So all of a sudden, this final has exploded into life. Johnny Skidmore down in third. That's going to update again. Something... Just waiting for the timing to update to get an exact catch on where we're at. Lee Martin showing a couple of laps down. Darren Bloomfield still showing as our leader. It's the 3 car. He's shown as leading from Elliott Boots. So Darren Bloomfield is still our leader. I think someone's missed a lap out there because this timing's gone. It doesn't look like what we're seeing out on the track. It's showing as Darren Bloomfield leading from Elliott Boots, James LePavot, all the way from P13 up into P3. This has gone a little bit haywire. We've got 12 minutes left. Bloomfield still leading. We're running with him at the moment. That's Lee Martin directly behind him. And then Elliott Boots. So watching these 3 cars, I'm not so sure that showing Lee Martin as being a lap down, but I am not convinced that he is. I think he may have missed a lap somewhere. He certainly looks to have the pace of those. He's not jumping out of Elliott Boots' way, and he's not being, importantly, he's not being called out of Elliott Boots' way by a referee either, which you would expect. Having said that, he's just rolled out of it. So I think we can fairly safely say now that Bloomfield is leading from Boots. Johnny Skidmore has rejoined, although he's 4 laps down. Bloomfield leading from Boots and the 13 car of James LePavot. Let's just see if we can find our 3rd place man. He's an all purple coloured car. Should be relatively easy to spot. Let's see if we can find him and run with 3rd place man for a little bit. He's some way back. There we go, we've got him. So this is our 3rd place man currently, James LePavot. That'll make the journey home much, much nicer. If he can hang on to that position. Bloomfield still leading this one from Boots. We're into the final 10 minutes now. There's 9 minutes remaining. Coming up to the point where everybody's going to be heading in for their final fuel stops. Or certainly in the window where everybody can afford to start heading in for their final fuel stops. Here at Nemo Raceway for the final round of the BRCA 1/8 scale Rallycross World Championships. Saw an epic battle at the front between Johnny Skidmore and Neil Cragg. Unfortunately, Neil had a cut, and then looks like Johnny did as well. Johnny having fought his way back up. In fact, Johnny is still running, though a little bit further down the field. We're running with James Le Pivot at the moment, our third place man, all the way up from P13 on the grid. Our leader though, Darren Bloomfield, the number 3 car, leading from Elliott Boots with the 7 car. So running order currently 3 from 7 from 13 here at Nemo Raceway. Around 8 minutes of this final remaining. Last race of the day here from Nemo. To see if we can spot our leader again. Our leader's just gone through now. Car number 3, he's just heading out. The second of the cars about to go out onto the main straight now. And he pits. So Elliott Boots will now take the lead. Elliott Boots now leads as we have seen Darren Bloomfield pit and rejoin. I want to see because Boots wasn't. Boots was within about 2 seconds of him. So that wasn't a scruffy stop by any means for Bloomfield. But Elliott Boots could, with an epic in-lap and a super fast stop, might have an opportunity to take the lead. So I'm just keeping an eye on where Elliott is on the track now. We're running with Bloomfield on track. Just going to see if Elliott chooses to pit. Oh, Elliott's up on 2 wheels. Elliott has pitted, so I'm just going to see where he pops out. No, Bloomfield takes the lead again. Boots just leads the pits now. So you can see that has probably extended Bloomfield's lead. We're running with him now, just over 6.5 minutes of this final remaining. Darren Bloomfield leading. Just coming past us now. Elliott Boots, 2 cars back. Elliott's just gone past us now. Basically the length of the main straight between them, the time it takes to get down the main straight, that's the gap between Darren Bloomfield leading and Elliott Boots in second. Not an awful lot after some 39 minutes of racing. Still pretty close out there, still pretty action-packed. Let's see, Bloomfield comes past us once more. Let's just check how long it takes him to get down the main straight. Let's have a look. It's 1, 2, 3. It's around 3 seconds, the gap between them. Hardly anything after such a long distance of the final. Darren Bloomfield, though, leading this final here at Nemo Raceway. Running order, 3 from 7 from 13. Darren Bloomfield leading from Elliott Boots, from James Le Pivot. Graham Allsop up into 4th place. Jamie Hall currently running 5th. Lee Martin is in 6th position. Bloomfield still leads. Boots follows him down the main straight now. These two got a fairly massive gap. They've got about half a lap over 3rd place man James Le Pivot. Bloomfield looking calm, looking in control. This is his comeback season into a 1/8 Rallycross. Took a few years out of it. But he knows what to do. He's been in this position before. 4 and a bit minutes remaining here at Nemo Raceway. Darren Bloomfield leading from Elliott Boots. Darren with a comfortable looking lead. He wouldn't really want to make any mistakes here, but I don't think on pace Elliott's going to catch him. He's just gone past us now. I'll let you know when Elliott goes past us. Elliott's just passed us now. So somewhere in the region of 3.5 seconds between these two. Bloomfield leading then as we come in towards 3.5 minutes of this 45-minute long main final. Super, super close out the front. Still, when you consider that they've been running for about 42 minutes, and still there is only somewhere in the region of 3 to 4 seconds between the two leaders. Only 8 cars circulating on track at the moment. Darren Bloomfield still leads this one from Elliott Boots. James Lepavot running in 3rd place, Graham Allsop in 4th. Bloomfield just comes past us now. Boots just hops past us now, somewhere in the region of 4 seconds still. 2.5 minutes of this 45-minute long main final here from Nemo Raceway remaining. Darren Bloomfield leading. We are watching him on screen now. Elliott Boots running in 2nd place. Darren's definitely brought it home from places like this before, from positions like this before, but this would be the first win of his comeback. Heading out towards the main straight once more. This is the point where you start thinking, hearing every single little, did that pick up off the corner okay? Did you become super, super paranoid at this point. You've driven so hard. There's about 1.5 minutes of this final left. Absolutely crazy final going on out there. Watching Darren Bloomfield on screen, our leader. Elliott Boots 2nd place, man. Elliott just coming past the commentary tower now, just to give you an idea now of how big Darren's lead is. I think Elliott has realised that he hasn't got a hope of catching the leader. Bloomfield just needs to bring this one home. We're just watching as we enter the final minute of this final. This is really the time you don't want any issues, any mistakes. Oh, Darren, that was... You could have done without that. You would have been fully clenched at that point, son. Darren Bloomfield, though, looks like he's got... This might be his final lap. He might have one more. Might, maybe. What have we got? 29 seconds to go. I think he might be the only person to make it through onto the extra lap. We'll have to wait and see. There's a very slight delay on the timing, so just going to have to wait and see as they cross the line. Who's done it? Darren Bloomfield leading, though, from Elliott Boots and James Lepavot. Graham Allsop running in 4th place. Let's have a look. 15 seconds to go. So this, I think Darren Bloomfield is going to cross the line to take the win. Darren has taken the win. So Darren Bloomfield does take the win. Waiting for Elliott Boots to cross the line in 2nd position. There he goes. So Elliott is 2nd. Darren Bloomfield, though, our winner after 45 minutes. Obviously subject to scrutineering. But that is the end of that crazy, crazy main final here from Nemo Raceway. So thank you for joining us here this afternoon from Nemo. That was a awesome, epic final that we've just seen there. Great drive from Darren Bloomfield. Didn't really push the pace at the front. He knew that he couldn't quite run with Johnny Skidmore and Neil Cragg, and sensibly let them go away. Had a comfortable 3rd place. Sat in front of him, and then when both of them ran into issues, had a relatively comfortable run home from Elliott Boots. Just managed to calm it down, bring it home nice and sensibly. So Darren Bloomfield gets that in the end from Elliott Boots. Great drive from James Lepavot, starting from P13 to get himself on the podium. Graham Alsop, Jamie Hall, Lee Martin in 6th, Tommy Hall in 7th, Kevin Brunson 8th, Simon Willits 9th, Johnny Skidmore, our pole man, our champion, really unfortunate with a breakage, having done all the hard work, gets back into, or drops back in 10th position. Jamie Clancy, Callum Nibbler and Neil Cragg, the other half of that duo who put up such a great battle at the front. So that is us checking out from Nemo. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Yep. Yep. It's still on. But that's us done. That's us done. So, nice one, well done. That was a bit crazy. Especially with no time, because it's like, oh crap, it's normally in those they get that far extended, and it's like, oh, I can't, I'm trying not to miss, I'm like trying to keep out the corner of my eye, and because you're not elevated, you're trying to sort of see, and it's like, oh Jesus, what's going on here? So, hopefully not missed too much, but no, well done.
Okay, don't forget we will have a presentation for the end of year championship. Like I said, the national champions, Frogman, junior and veteran, so please pack all your stuff away, but don't worry. That will take about 15 minutes.
Both finished, then you got your phone.
Checking what we could do, because we're running as live from the other teams, it's kind of like, to make it work, I think we need to leave this live until all of the other streams stop.
Alright.
So, it's alright, I mean, it's fine, it's not, we're not broadcasting or anything on air, so it's just packing up. It's crazy final.
It was, wasn't it?
I didn't see quite, to Johnny, and I saw them both have issues, but I don't know.
Will's was showing a little bit, glass stood over by the end of the straight, and Will's was sounding really cool.
Okay.
So I think it's a bit different.
Right.
Doctor's run, and then Will's, they went over the one with Johnny's, I think he wanted to drive shaft on.
Oh, okay. Because he did get back out again. Johnny got back out later. He was about 4 laps down.
I suppose they could have put drive shaft in.
I think they swapped out the other car to get back to the pits.
But
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. People left.
There was, and I don't know what happened to Neil either. Yeah, I know. I saw it coming up.
I think they're supposed to get him going again, but that's when we got to go. So
yeah,
it looked a bit came off,
flown down. Well, I mean, the two, him and Johnny, have kind of been not a class apart as such, but they've been a step ahead of the others.
Johnny especially. He's been in a different league, really.
Yeah.
Doing the nationals.
Him and Neil look like they had similar pace, but Neil was taking more risks.
Are you missing a memory stick?
We're not, I don't think. Are we? Zach, we haven't lost a memory stick, have we?
No, it's not mine.
No, sorry.
What's this? Well, it could be 4.
Yeah.
Or it could be 5.
I'll hand it into race control.
That's probably best.
Anyone comes round.
What you doing? What you doing? Oh yeah. Anything interesting for him?
Something different. Plenty of new people to see.
Why is so nosy? He does like people. So.
New people to see and sniff.
Yes.
How old is he?
3.
3. Seems friendly.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Right. Not quite as big as Wayne's dog, is it?
Jesus.
It's like,
Got
whoa!
a photo of him next to Wayne's dog,
It's like that.
towering over him.
How old is he, Wayne? 6 months, he's still growing.
I know.
It's like,
Yes.
that's not a dog, that's a horse.
Yes. There's a couple of them actually. There's black and white. White and black one. That's your next time. Where you go next? What's over next?
We're at Bedworth next week for the touring car
Oh, okay.
national, so which will be interesting because I'm racing as well.
Yeah,
So,
you're busy then, isn't it?
well, we're gonna maybe try because it's relatively local. I think what we're gonna maybe try and do is get them sort of broadcasting from there as the studio.
Yeah.
I suggest that they do that, and then I can drop in and do bits over the course of the day, maybe. And then that might be a better source of shooting off to other meetings, but being able to come back to one main meeting that sort of everybody's at to hit the ground stuff. But it seems to have. We always have slight issues with the UK running into our thing. We're getting the UK to run into our feed, so I was having to stream the timing live to my iPad, which runs about a 15-second delay on it. So it's kind of, if you watch it back and you hear a bit of hesitancy, it's like, oh, the gap looks about 3 seconds, and it's because you haven't got it updating live as it crosses the line. You sort of, so it works. It works at a rallycross meeting because you've got such a long lap time.
Yeah.
If you're doing an indoor car for touring car or 12 scale where you're doing 10-second laps.
12 scale, yeah, especially, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, you've got no age. So, but yeah,
I keep being scared on stuff. Different for me, it does take a lot of faith. But the rally presents itself quite well to good speak.
well, I mean, whereabouts are you?
I'm in Leicester.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, Bedworth's not a million miles.
That's not, no.
Down from Bedworth. So, we're down there next week for the touring car national.
Yeah.
If you want to drop in and catch some of them. Then there'll be, yeah, in terms of big meetings, there isn't a huge number. But at the moment, yeah. Zach, do we need to hunt down some wire cutters? Zach, do I need to go and hunt down some wire cutters? Do I need to go and hunt down some wire cutters? Have you got anything up there secured by? Should we go and grab the? Well, shall I? I'll go and chuck a couple of bits in my car that I can. Yeah, so we just need to cut that off, cut off the tripod and stuff, so we can, although we're still streaming, we can leave that and go and mob some of this away, can't we? If that works. Yeah, okay. I'll go get Reed.
Okay, so we are ready now for the presentation of the championship. So if you'd like to gather round, in front of the rostrum, and you want to make the presentation. Okay? We've got Matt from our BRCA, Jake Predator. So we've got the championship dividend. So if you all gather round. And also we will look to have podium for today, which is Sharon Boofield, Elliot Booth, and James Russell. Sharon Boofield and Elliot Booth with the cars for today.